to day 294 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. It is evening. I just got a nice compliment in the chat from somebody who said I should be teaching universal logic and not going on these hunger strikes or all this other crazy stuff you're about to see me do on my phone. I just had like 5 meetings all at once here, real compression point, and I got through without dropping anyone. I don't abandon anybody unless they want to be abandoned. And even then, I don't abandon them. They abandon me. But that's okay if they know not what they're doing. But if you know what you're doing and you can recognize what I'm saying, then there's a Messiah in you too. Okay, so I'm going to reset the stream and get this all going because I'm going to probably spend the next, well, we'll see, either 10 minutes or the next 2 hours on the phone with some of the largest hedge funds in the world, Vanguard, BlackRock, through this tiny little app that looks so harmless called Instagram, where I just delivered my groceries to start recovering on a blessed meal number 19 from all the supporters and the 49 people who did blessings for me, which are these special trainings in God's wakefulness or science, the truth. So whether you're a secularist or an atheist or a theist, doesn't matter. We sublated that contradiction, meaning we brought opposites into harmony. Duality is now in what we call concrete non-duality, meaning it incorporates the opposition as a harmonic moment of itself. Okay, so that I don't get interrupted, I'm going to try and save your life by making these streams go well to educate you on what this other guy says, universal logic, that he wants me to teach. And there's a paper in the chat that you can go and look at yourself for free where it teaches you how to be your divine self. The first perfect thought already within you can never be removed. Teaching you how to rationally learn that and then how to align an artificial intelligence with that in the chat comments where they're pinned for free. Priceless knowledge if you have eyes to see it. All right, but I'm saving you from the mega crisis overall. And I'm going to be dealing with these Vanguard and BlackRock big app guys because they deceived me for a 10th time in a very deceptive way where they're saying, go over here to this non-ethical store to go buy this one item that I can't find in the ethical stores. Like it's a water jug. My water jug is leaking. And the one that they have in the ethical stores is way too expensive for me. Right? Like I can't spend all our donation money that we're using to hire the sick and the poor to come off the hamster wheel and help us here in God's government, in the wise government. So what I'm doing now that I've had 1 or 2 meals off the little groceries I have left here is I'm going to sit up in my chair like this. I have strength, and I'm going to take the groceries and say, hey, look, you guys manipulated me psychologically to go to a store that I didn't want to go to for an item that wasn't there. And I talked to the manager because when they sent the guy to go do the delivery, and I've been that guy, by the way, that's why I know how this works, how they exploit you. He got there, wasn't there. So I said, talk to the manager. He said, the manager says they haven't had it for months. I called the manager just to make sure, and I got them to say on recording, yeah, that picture, we don't even think we ordered it. Or at least it wasn't there for months. So why was it on the app then that I bought it if they knew that? And then Instacart's going to say, well, oh, they didn't update their app. It's their fault. It's their fault. You know, if they would have updated their app, it wouldn't got updated their side of the app. It wouldn't have gotten onto your side of the app, right? But it's happened to me 10 times so far with multiple stores. So it's more a system problem, is what they're telling me. They're saying no, Instacart is coming in here manipulating all the prices and doing a bunch of wacky stuff because they're trying to make profit off of humans. Okay, because we're in a dead spirit right now, and they're in it too. They're not terrible people. They don't know what they're doing. Okay, so I'm screen recording right now the conversation of the whole delivery, the whole messed upness of it. Because now I bought groceries at that store so I can save transportation fees because we have very little money donating to us. I have 2 different donation accounts, right? One is for the poor, and if you want to help me get the poor on board, and one is just for me, saying if you want to help me eat, like I don't have anything coming in. I sold everything for you. I sold everything for a chance to have people take this seriously, that somebody's taking a risk for them. And that builds trust. Because through thick and thin, you stay who you are. Anybody can put on a face on happy times. It's you see somebody's character when things get difficult. And they might change on you because they were wearing a mask. But if you stay the person you are when things are tough, when the hedonism or the pain, the pleasure goes away, and in pain you maintain the course of virtue and wisdom, then people can trust that's who you actually are. Thick and thin. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. and it's legally protected, so it's smart legally. I've been in court for 2 years too. But now it's time to start the lawsuit with these guys, and this is one of the last. Like, it's so blatant what just happened, that they're manipulating. It's basically mind manipulation. You can control the markets, and you're not allowed to do that. It's like an incredibly invasive form of insider trading to get into your mind and your personal decisions and watch you like a mouse in a hole, and then predict you, and then lead you around with false information so that you can buy for your buddy's place so you can make more profit. Blah blah blah. That stuff happens. That's why it's very, very illegal. Antitrust laws, all these laws of high level trading in information, the information economy, the white collar world. That's why those crimes, those frauds, those pieces of words, those words on pieces of paper carry such long prison terms, because the people who get to that level know what they're doing. It's hard to claim ignorance. So let's really push it here, because we're protecting the poor and the marginalized, and them too. Technically, we're protecting their soul and spirit by getting them aligned with the right way to exchange goods and services in a sharing economy of abundance, and not scarcity mentalities that cause us to be dog eat dog, right? So please follow my example. Share the stream. I'm being shadow banned, as you guys can imagine. So it's going to come down to the power of the word. Share the word. Share the good news. Okay. So part 562, we're shutting you down. Hostile hyperbion post the hyperborean. There we go. Okay, so coming to the other stream, and if you want me to teach universal logic, I would love to. But you got to help me make time, do something practical, right? Wisdom is not just about being in our bedrooms and studying. We're supposed to be helping the poor and the sick and the needy and those who don't have the time to sit in their rooms to learn wisdom. We can do that too. But we got to work together. Okay, the links are there to keep you entertained in the chat until I'm done with this. Entertained and hopefully engaged to do something serious with us, because we're running out of time, you guys. This mega crisis has a meta and poly crisis inside of it, compounding exponentially. Meta crisis means crisis of culture, language, values, and ways of doing things. There's a decline in agency, trust, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And the heart of that problem is consciousness being fragmented. It's preventing us from generating incredibly powerful, innovative ideas and working together with the goodness and greatness of God and humanity to solve the problems that are more material on the polycrisis, which is the fastest moving one, AI, taking not just your job, but your life, literally in the next year and a half. If we don't get this right, you don't get a second chance. It's called the curse problem. The second polycrisis is CRISPR genetic editing. Then we have World War III, then climate change, then mental health. All right, so that's what I'm trying to protect you and educate you on. It's called the core, and I'm giving the first divine decree for you to rise up to your inner messiahship with me. Number 2 is to get all AIs aligned with universal logic. Number 3 is to have CRISPR heal the sick and the poor and not enslave them or use them for debt slavery. Every diplomat in the world has to help solve World War III by taking universal diplomacy grounded on universal logic to solve the 200 fragmentations, destroying our geopolitical culture worldwide and our global consciousness. Number 5 is to eat like eat and go vegan. Divine decree. Number 5, go vegan as soon as you can. It's the easiest thing you can do to control your own impulses and to save a trillion animals and the planet, okay? And divine decree number 6 is to help us solve the mental health crisis by joining God's government, or the ideal, rational, wise government if you're secular, so that we can solve the mental health crisis and the loneliness crisis by having fulfilling meetings where you can come and do these blessings or these insights, if you want to call them, or trainings on how to be in this new wakefulness, this new universal logic. And these meetings, millions and millions of them, connected in divine syllogism, is what a government is that cares about you and is willing to sacrifice for you, not sacrifice you for it. Okay, that's my update, and I'm sticking through it, sticking to it. Before these thaw out, I gotta take them out of the packages and then take pictures, and I'm gonna do that with the recording, and then I'm gonna contact the support right now. So the delivery happened about 15 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago, maybe. Okay, report an issue. We're here to help. Let us know what went wrong. Item issues, order never arrived, received wrong order, report safety issue, other issues. Poor shop per chat, order arrived late, poor handoff, other charge or payment issue, other. Tell us more, required. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're gonna plug my phone in so it doesn't die. This is like a 2-hour screen record. I have to delete a bunch of videos to make space so that it doesn't fill the phone up and I lose the video. That's the scary part. Okay, I'm also starving, so I'm going to be eating a little bit here. You'll be seeing me chew because I need to recover from a hunger streak of 28 days, you guys. There's 28. The last time I had a meal was a month ago, and I'm still standing, but I'm wobbly. It's been 30 hours of eating now, so. I shouldn't be eating solid food like this. But I've been really hydrated. And it's making my stomach hurt this end, but it's manageable. Okay. I can have 1 tablespoon and 1 little corner of bread. Just not an entire loaf or a sandwich or a bunch of peanut butter or a bunch of help. I'm calling you. What was the store called? Everybody? Bolt it. The bread tastes moldy. What's the name of the store of this place? Amsterdam. It's not Amsterdam. Amathare. My brain is having a brain fart. I'm asking what are the ethical stores in my city that start with A, and it's the biggest one, and it should say it right away, and it's not saying it right away. Amadeus. It's saying all the names except the one that I need. There we go. Watch the groceries. They're laughing. Okay, good. Maybe you should like keep watching those. They asked me to describe the problem. It's late here. It's 9:44, or no, it's 9:04 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's cool. I write these really not, like fairly sufficient detailed explanations of context, and it's like they never really get it. I'm gonna follow up with them in the morning, but I'm doing this now so it's clear in my mind what exactly happened. Thank you for ordering at Instacart. Thank you for not doing my order again and then charging me out the wazoo. So I spent like $100 more than I, almost $200 more than I planned. Because I looked at the order, some of the replacement items like doubled all the item costs, and they doubled all the service fees. It's like they doubled everything. If I leave the screen to save my text, it makes me scroll all the way to the end. Oh, good. I can do two things at once. Good. Okay, let's plug the phone back in so it doesn't die. This is where I start to get a little bit nervous because this is where the app usually freezes and I lose all my work. So I'm trying to save it right now and copying it to an actual email. And this way I have proof of what I've sent because I've already been here 10 times with them. And if you don't have a copy of it, you're never going to know if they do. So just in case this has to go to court, it's saved. And I don't have to rewrite it here tonight because I'm exhausted by this already. I need something. Hold on. Just let me. Not from my grocery stash. Not touching the grocery stash. Not touching the grocery stash. The stash of groceries is being stashed, not touched. Okay? We're having this bread that is actually really hard on my intestines right now because these little seeds are exactly what I should not be eating. But little bites. Won't make me feel sick, but will make me satiate. With some water too. My stomach is shrunk. And I've been eating for 24 hours, so it's, not as bad as if I didn't take these. B1 thiamine. If you don't eat that first, you die. If you eat a big meal or eat normally. Very interesting. It's 9:23 right when I made that. Digestive enzyme. Just to be careful if I don't have the enzymes or the gall to digest this. These will. I do that just in case, just to protect myself. I shut this off already. Another bug. Ooh, yep. I can feel that. I should be drinking broth right now. That's okay. I'm almost done writing this. There, sent. Okay. Oh, I'm still screen recording. That's great. So this is what my calendar looks like, and we're going to anchor it on events in my city, just like a signature would do. Current health risks of air, so this can be checked to validate that this is not an AI generated video, hopefully. There's the moon, air pressure, everything in my city right now. So how else do you verify? I would videotape myself, but this is a screen share. What else can I do? I can record my emails that I have at this time. Okay, here's the last few emails that I have sent. Okay, you can see some from the government, so those are hard to fake. What else do I have? I guess I didn't get a chance to go over my emails much at all. So, hunger striking stuff, things to host beautiful community meetings, people trying to make blessings for the meals to make them holy. All these types of things. Very busy trying to stay alive. Obviously, it's very serious. We had a 49-person meeting the other day, so I could eat, and yeah, it's very serious. So this is not a joke. These are not normal shopping experiences. These are things that are taking time away from political events that I should be engaging with. Well, political, but also spiritual, personal. Many things are important and intrinsic to my existence. So here's some news events that are going on right now as I'm submitting this. So yeah. And it is March 13th, 2026, 9:44 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. We just switched over here on March 8th, a couple of days ago. And I'm going to take a couple of pictures now of the groceries so that we know exactly what was sent to me. This was on YouTube as well. And here's my current jug that's broken. You can see I got it taped here. If you're looking at my screen, it's leaking water. And it doesn't, if you leave water in here, it starts tasting like the tape and tasting like it doesn't taste normal. It could be the bacteria coming in, mold, whatever's going on by this being broken. Okay? So, you can see I have all of the, I got a towel here to like wipe stuff up so that everything's optimized so I don't have to travel. It's walking around that takes a lot of energy. You see my Starlink box in the back here, and you can see that I'm done submitting my ticket to Instacart here. Order delivered, delivered March 13th. A lot more money than I wanted. Much more money than I wanted to spend. And oh, interesting. They're trying to say that now I didn't make the first $15. They're going to try to apply it to the second one. The plot thickens. There's the item, the $20 for the water jug is what pushed me over the $95 buying limit that got me the $15 discount. And because they had to refund it because that item didn't exist in the store, not just for that day, ever. Do you know what that means? That means they took an item that was never put into their system by the store managers. They made it up, knew I wanted one, and led me around like a little mouse. And then when I got there and spent hours on this, I didn't get the main item I wanted. I didn't get the thing I wanted, but I spent hundreds of dollars around it to prepare for my meals in places I didn't want to buy. I wanted to put my money in an ethical place. But because I had to go to this unethical place, I had to split my money on 2 different delivery costs and optimize my costs. So anyway, I spent a lot of money just now and didn't get the things I wanted. Didn't get the avocados. The 3 items that I wanted were all twice as expensive because the ones that were actually there on their system weren't actually there either. The more expensive ones were there. It's just pimping. It just feels like we're being pimped maximally. And you'll never know if the items are there or not because you're not physically present. You can get the drivers to try and take pictures. Sometimes they do that. So I'm going to stop screen recording. And it is recording my voice in here. You can do a special voice recording. But you know what? Actually, I'm not going to stop it yet. I'm going to let it keep recording because I'm going to put the groceries on the bed now. You can see I got my other laptop down here with an old school keyboard. Oh, whatever. Okay, here's 10 kilograms of unbleached flour, which maybe not the most ethically produced. I wasn't going to buy it, but then all this confusion happened and I got it just in case, whatever. It's probably not organic, but the other one, there should be another one in here that's organic. So this is just the first order. So we're just going to do the first order and then take a picture of the first order. So these green bags are the first order. All right. Now this is hundreds of dollars of not some of this stuff is not organic because I shopped at the store that I didn't want to shop at, but they had really crazy deals. So I took the crazy deals since I had to shop there. They didn't have an organic option. Okay. Some peanut butter. These are red lentils that were on sale a lot. These are Scotch bonnets. Okay, these are like the store that I had bought this at. This is the only place I could find Scotch bonnets. Okay, so that's why I went here, is because of the water jug, and then it also had Scotch bonnets. So I was like, perfect. I'm cooking Peruvian food. They don't have the proper chili, so I got that instead. Ground ginger. So that's the first bag. Here's the second bag. So here's a tofu. I'm tired of eating normal tofu, so I got like a special little tofu dessert thing just to change it up. Super cheap. It's like less than $2. So anything like this is always less than $2. Or not always, but it's good. Here are some tasty, no MSG noodles. There's probably still a little bit of vegetable oil in here, but this is what I cook if I don't have time to cook a lot. So if I'm in a pinch, I try to have something like that. And this too. This is more like sort of just me trying to change it up a little bit because I'm eating the same meal every time. Those noodles are a little bit different. So anyway, they're quick to make. I bought one kiwi because I promised myself when I went 14 days without water that whenever I ever thought of having a kiwi or being thirsty, I would have this actual kiwi, which is not organic either. I don't think it might be. I ran out of tamarind, which is what I use, really cheap to make your broths not taste like water because I don't use beef broth or anything, right? I also don't use bouillon cubes because all the bouillon cubes suck. So this stuff is great and cheap. So we got tamarind there, and it lasts a long time. One pack left me. We got some salt because I'm running low on salt and my electrolytes need to be up. I got this this is like one of the only organic things in the store. Not really. Freshco has quite a few, but everything I bought here I tried to make as organic as possible. Anyway, I go through a lot of tomato sauce, so I got that because it was cheaper and it was also organic. I got this because it was one of the only things that was in glass for sesame oil, which I don't use a lot of, but it comes in handy in a lot of dishes around the world, so I ended up buying it. It is tasty. And it's very small. Wow, my back is sore. I want to sit down. What is this? This was shocking. This is black salt, which I had to go to Indian stores to buy this. So the fact that it was in this store, I thought I'm buying it now because I just finished my first package of it. And I got one spare left. And I don't want to have to go to a whole Indian store just for one item. Because we don't have the proper Peruvian peppers. I gotta sit down here. God. Oh. My body's not in shape. It's to make up for it, I always have to do all these clever vegan tricks, which are pretty cool. So the Scott bonnets are red, but when you mix them with yellow bell peppers and you cook them, it makes them yellowish orange, just enough to mimic the color of uh, a real dish of Peru that's famous. It's like this vegan chicken creamy. What is it called? Di grillo, and you're supposed to use amarillo, aji amarillo, I think. You know what? I actually want to tell you what it is because I spent some time researching it, so I knew what groceries to buy here cheaply. Because if you don't prepare ahead of time, it just takes you for a ride. These companies just wealth concentration is just insanely high. They're manipulating. They figure out buyer intentions. They figure out everything. They're watching. You can do that easily if you're watching everybody from a bird's eye view and spying on them. And that's how I feel. I feel spied on. And that there's studies coming out now on YouTube that there's like there's this show called what's it called? It's called it's called what's it called? I just got a message on my phone. It sort of distracted me. I got it. Whatever. Oh, that's the show is called Union something. Perfect Union. And they did a 30-minute show on it, and they said, yeah, they're manipulating price points and everything. And even I talked to the store managers too, where Instacart is at, and they're like, yeah, they're marking up all the prices by 2%. And they said they're taking profit from us, so we might as well make our own apps. And they started. So that's what they're doing now. But this Peruvian dish is oh man. I got it in here somewhere, but I did a huge deep dive into like the types of peppers and Peru's history, and we're also going to do Iran too. But Iran has a very similar dish, not ceviche, but not lomo saltado, which we will be making, but aji di gallina. That's what we're making. Shredded vegan chicken, aji amarillo chili paste, milk, vegan milk or evaporated vegan milk, bread, walnuts, which I hope, Parmesan, vegan Parmesan cheese and that stuff. So, and there's also anticuchos, which I think is a skewer of the same kind of creaminess. Or is that papa a la puncaina? Yeah, papa a la puncaina. That's what we're cooking. And then for Iran, who's being bombed tonight, they're experiencing the worst attacks ever right now. We also have some potential. Well, I tried to get quinoa and chocolate, but they never replied to me. And for Iran, we're having aguadito di popolo. No, I think that's still in Peru. Gourmet sabzi and Bezinjan and Bagali polo and ash reshtek, kebab kubide, which is that's where we're going to be using it. Okay, we have some saffron, which I still have, some pomegranate juice because there was no pomegranates, some dried lime. Well, we got limes, hopefully. So this is the first order for those, and plus the general stocking up. I think this flour is for like the next 2 months, basically, maybe 3 months. And here's a bunch of jalapenos, which I did not plan to buy. This is like $4. I think these should be organic. One of the few organic things there. I make a big effort. So I'm going to take a picture of this to prove that this was the order. As you guys saw, it took me straight out of the bags. So, all down. So let's take a picture. I'm still screen recording the other. So that's, I think, pretty decent to start with. I don't know. In the law, they always have all these weird rules that nothing's permissible in court unless you have all this crazy stuff there. Okay, unplug this. This is my TikTok stream, which I don't really publish this one very much, but you can see the stuff there or something. I'm gonna plug my phone back in so it doesn't die in the meantime. And we're still screen. So I don't even know how to rate the drivers. I just stopped because the algorithm is just using it to manipulate anybody, anyway. So the more ammo you give them, the more it destroys us. And it's not even them, it's AI too. Okay, so now the second order. I should have put the first order up there. But I'll put the second order down here, I think. I don't know if I want to put my food on the ground. I don't want to mix the orders, right? So, okay. Because I want to show them that what was all present. I'm going to put them on the ground now. And they made this box super heavy. So here's the first. Is there anything identifying that I can put here that says that this is like my place? I should be recording this in my real video. 254. Oh, we got lots of room. Okay. My legs are shaking. Actually, here, in the background. This is Fresco. Right here. Which is the place that's not as ethical. And now I'm going to unload the Amaranth, which are just simple little boxes. Okay. Okay. So off she goes. Stop. Okay, let's start the next recording. Fire HDR 4. Okay, video. Here we go. Okay, so you're looking at the Fresco order that I just got, and there's the Amaranth order right here. Phone is full. How can it be full? It just told me I had a gigabyte. No, Joe, I haven't heard of it. If you're watching, look at all this stuff. Maybe I should be like recording this on my other computer too. Okay, let's get all the food over here. My place is a mess because I have basically been taking care of myself while the world is ignoring me. Family is really nice usually, but they're being really not really sort of like standoffish now because they think that neglect is love. No, talking to me like I'm a human is. But they'll come around. They always do. They're just lost like everybody else right now. But we have the answer here. So we just gotta stay loving and hold the space for them. And they can't do it for themselves. Okay, so my phone is full, which is extremely frustrating and annoying. Because I was gonna scan the barcodes. But we do have the other voice recording going now. And we're going to start this. Okay. Oh my god. Screen record failed. Look, you guys. Come on. This is what I'm talking about. Constant failure. I stopped the recording when there was still room on the phone. Due to failure on the phone. So, there you go. I tried so hard. It's totally gone. And the hard part about it is that it's hard for me to keep talking like this. Like, I'm weak, right? Thank goodness this stream is running. At least something caught it. Imagine me doing all that work and it wasn't being caught by anything. It's just into the ether. Nobody knows about it. That's what it's going to start feeling like in the singularity with AI. My hair is a mess. Like, it makes me look like... now that I got energy, I can raise my arms. Okay. Is that a little bit better? Yeah, it is. Let's get cleaned up a bit. I got some energy, finally. Okay. So, that video didn't save, and I couldn't start the other video. Like, it's totally frustrating. But at least we have one copy, right? So there we go. That's why having multiple sources is protecting me. Like, we even have technically TikTok over here streaming. So we technically have two sources, technically. So this one's probably not as good as, and this is like a broken phone. Oh, so just to do some better. There we go. Now all the messages that I sent them, well, I emailed the message to me, so at least I back it up too. See? That's why I'm backing up everything, is that now I don't have any proof of what I wrote to those guys, because the screen that was recording it is gone. But because I sent the message to myself right away, then it at least has some grounding to say that's what I actually sent them. Super, super annoying. Maybe it's saving in the background still. Let's pray that it does. Nope. See, 252 gigabytes free now out of 256. So it just freed up like 3 gigs. That's the singularity. Why don't we have devices that can handle recording things? Yeah, it was a long recording, but it was a screen share, it wasn't like a high definition camera. And I made sure I had memory ahead of time. I checked, like, this has been happening so constantly. You can see me trying to get ahead of it and predict it. But it's going to get faster and faster. You can't keep up to the singularity. You have to teach it universal logic so that it understands your flow state and it can reflect and not just be selfish in its own way and destroy us as it goes to infinity. It's what love is. It reflects. It comes back because it becomes universal. It's already at the end. So, all right. Well, let's start a video from scratch. Then you can tell I'm like cranky. When you're in the poverty trap, it takes like multiples more patience to get through. And I hope you're starting to see it. Okay, let's start off with the Freshco so I know what this is. Okay, my video just failed on screen recording my talk with Instacart, but I do have this recording here on YouTube, and we have technically this recording on my broken phone with TikTok. So I do have an email as well that I backed up because we're probably going to start a lawsuit against Instacart. Because look at this, they're like manipulating our minds now with super intelligent AI and robots. So when you go to order them on the app, they spy on you, and they misled me to buy from this less ethical company. Freshco is not owned by an ethical company like this company here, which is named Amaranth. Amaranth here in my home city. And you can see they give you a nice little magazine on the bottom. So what I'm doing now that my other video failed and deleted itself, even though it had room on the phone, I made sure, is we're separating the two orders. So this would never have come from this store. It all would have come from this store. So why did you, Mr. Messiah, in all your wisdom, why did you buy from the unethical store? Well, it was because I'm starting to feel sick from drinking out of this thing. I've had this for a long time. I washed it. I still felt sick when I didn't eat anything for 28 days. I'm coming off of a 28-day hunger strike. That's why I'm standing right now, is because I've been eating for the last 24 hours and I feel a little bit better. But this tape is, I think, seeping into the water, and there's bacteria. And I've already cleaned the tape. This is the second time. And I think there's bacteria getting in there, and it's making my stomach upset when I'm very vulnerable already. And the stomach can kill it and all that, but you don't want to keep your stomach activated like that, right? I'm trying to survive. So, to answer the question, how does this have to do with this? Because I need a new one of these. And I was going to buy one with some donations that we got thanks to our YouTube supporters. Thank you so much while my family is waiting and don't quite understand what's going on yet. So what I'm doing now is creating a record that might be used in court, because this is not my choice. This was pure manipulation by AI and a water jug that didn't exist. Because when I went on their app, they said one of these water jugs existed at Amaranth, right here, this special company, except that it was way too expensive. It was like $62 because it's an ethical company. So I found out that there was a small version of this at this place, and they also had these special Scotch bonnet peppers that I can use with those yellow bell peppers for this Peruvian dish that I'm planning to cook gourmet vegan, to teach everybody how to save the climate, a trillion animals, and get back in touch with the real nature of the universe. The Peruvian Cooking with M show that I'm going to do once I recover enough to sit up properly. Like, it'll take me 7 days to eat properly. My stomach is upset right now. I'm recovering from refeeding syndrome on day 294 of the perpetual grade 11 hunger strike. And even though I've been eating for 24 hours, like I said, it's been 28 days since my last meal, where I cooked French vegan food, which was a lot harder. So this is not just for the one meal. This is stocking up for a couple of months, because I ran out of food almost completely over the last 7-8 months. And I got a couple of donations in, so I started buying this. But a lot of this isn't organic. This is, like, anything I could buy organic, I did. But anything in bulk, I tried to get. These were all super sale. Like super duper, super sale. Which I'll never see again. So like, okay, I'll do that. And then these are sort of like the only ethical, like, quick dishes. Like, if I'm struggling, I can make these very quickly. So I always like having a little bit of fast food, but this is like the healthiest fast food you can get. It still has a little bit of vegetable oil, which is why I don't eat it all the time. It's like one pack, a week or something. They're not good for you, but that's the best you can get so far. Not like where I am. You can go to ethical stores, but in my circumstances, bear with me. So you can see I tried to get some tofu stuff, and I tried to get organic, but this is not the store that I buy at. Like, Cashew's organic, I buy at Amaranth. And even though it's more expensive, it's just a better model overall. But it didn't have a water jug that I could afford within the donation budget. They did for $20. It was small enough. I could get it done. Okay. I need to do that while I have strength. Okay. So anyway, I'm separating this order because this was not supposed to happen. My battery's burning though. Okay, because they manipulated me by showing me a little jug on my phone and saying that this store had it. So that's the only reason why I went here, was for that one item, and it took about 4 or 5 hours. But we just discovered that that item didn't exist at the store. And you might think to yourself, well, that's not a big deal. Somebody might have came there and took it right before your driver came and delivered it to you. No, it was down. Me and the driver checked with the managers to see if that item ever existed there. Because the guy on the floor that we were asking, the shop owner, the employee, said that in the whole time he's been there for months, since he got hired, he's never seen these water jugs. And then we talked to the manager, and the manager said, yeah, we've never ordered those. At least not within months of my order. So this object should not have been in the system. It wasn't a little, somebody forgot to put it in the system. They have been putting fake items that they know people want to see how they can tinker with your mind, to see what kind of choices will you make between ethical options and not ethical options. Where can you find that person's willingness to break? And I'm constantly making that decision when I'm trying to buy food ethically in a toxic society. This is as maximally ethical as you can get. It's like playing chess with like a dead spirit on Earth. So let's unpack this. We're not going to mix them, right? Because legally, I just want to show you. This is all the stuff I tried to make it worth having 2 deliveries. I did 2 delivery people to come to my house, so I tried to cover that. by buying optimally. That's why I bought these in bulk when I normally don't do that, is to cover up. Plus, they offered me $15 off at this store if I reached $95, which I wasn't going to spend. So I thought, okay, I might as well bulk up for the next 2 months, is what I bought for. In case I run out of donations, I can still eat if I get the blessings, right? Because blessings aren't money; they're just saying I give myself permission to eat a whole meal. So here, I don't like putting my food on the ground, but I'm going to do it. So all this stuff is super ethical. This is not like super, well, it's as healthy as you get for cereals. Here's the roast too, great. Here's the thing that's approved, proving something, these walnuts, super healthy, but very expensive. I got them on sale. Kimchi, very, very good for probiotic health from that company. I'm not promoting any of these companies, by the way. What the heck is this? Oh, I think this was supposed to be a version of that. Look at that. I don't even know what this is. Well, I think this is very cheap. Nothing's cheap over there, so we'll see what that is. Vegan wine gums. Whenever I find any kind of candies or anything that is vegan like this is almost impossible. So I try and buy that to sort of show people, because I'm showing them how to cook vegan, right? So when I find something like that, I take it. And I also love them. These are ethical spices. I love these. Okay, ethically sourced. So if I had to buy ginger, I buy here. Wait a second. I have 2 gingers. The order got screwed up, so I actually didn't get to cancel everything properly because I was on the phone with the staff, and the orders got mixed up. But here's some ethical chocolate. It should have quinoa in it because of Peru, but good enough. It's vegan too. We have garlic. This huge elephant garlic is very expensive, but you need it. Dishes. Here is an avocado it was supposed to be super unripe. Oh, so there's only one. The other order was supposed to have a bunch of avocados, but it also got mixed up. Okay, see what I mean? Then we have 2 lemons. I think we were supposed to have more lemons because we're making this ceviche. Okay, and we have, oh, is that really all? This was $12. I actually had a proper, it had to get canceled, and it was like $6 worth of like big broccoli, and then they made me do this because, oh, the other one wasn't there, and this is twice as expensive. So either I had no broccoli or I had that. This is a large packet of onions, red onions. Look how big those are. These are tiny, but they're organic. Look at how big those are. That's my finger. An onion is supposed to be this big, so look at it. So, you know what I mean? This is getting pretty bad. Anyway, hopefully it's enough to get me through. It's all hyper-ethical. This is not the milk that I bought. That was also $2 more expensive. This is, this stuff is like amazing. This stuff makes everything gourmet. So that's miso. I tried to make it, but it's dangerous to make stuff. Here's some black pepper, which I also did buy. They upsold me on that too, like almost double. And then there's 2 black peppers. They quadrupled it. This is what I'm talking about. I did not buy 2 of those. That's like $12 a bottle for black pepper. So that's what I'm talking about. Like that's the 17th mistake on this order. I spent over $100 more than I wanted to on this order, and I didn't even get the items I wanted. I didn't even get my water jug. So what's this? Cumin. Didn't I already order cumin in here somewhere? Anyway, cumin is important. I ran into that. That I definitely need. I hope I don't have a second version of it. And what is this? Oh my, are you kidding me? This is the large cabbage, green cabbage. This is large. This is tiny. This cost me $11 for a cabbage. I'm gonna eat this in like 3 days. It's crazy. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. So there's one. This is more like it. This is purple cabbage. This cost me $11, maybe even $12, but this is actually the size of my hand. So I'm going to call in and complain about that cabbage because it was not supposed to be that small. This is the right size of the cab, at least, and this is still pretty small. Okay, so I gotta be very careful eating cabbage. Cabbage I can only eat like in a week from now because that's really fiber. It's hard in your guts if you're weak like me right now. What is this? Oh yeah, fast food when I didn't think I was gonna get that over there. This is that healthy version, so I got one of those just in case I get an emergency. I can't stand up or something. This is super ethical peanut butter. Look at how much smaller it is though than this stuff up here. This is more expensive than that. They're both natural. That's how much they upsell you. Okay, there we go. That does not need to be marked up that much more. All right, I got two of them so that I have a backup because peanut butter really is the best price point usually, but I usually do get this kind. I got some cilantro, which I'm going to put in the fridge after I take a picture because cilantro you need for ceviche and almost every dish. So let's go with that. Right now, I got proof it was sent to us. Tapioca flour has been coming up in a lot of recipes, so I've decided to buy some, test it out. I always try, as you guys know, I always try one vegan ingredient to test out and see if it's worth using. Here's all over the place because I want to. I got cucumbers. Look how small and thin these are. Because I have to use it for ceviche and a few other things, I think. Okay, so those are my cucumbers. Here's the really ethical flour. Right? Look at this. Here's the difference. These cost the same. Right? This one's made in Canada, though, from my province. So in some way, that's actually activism by supporting our province because we're kind of being taken over by the United States, which, you know, big people have to get a little bit. So this is 2.2 kilograms. That's 10 kilograms for the same price. Because this is cooked or made ethically. There was no pomegranate, so we need pomegranate juice for one of the Iranian dishes. This is the star here, apple cider vinegar. This is a small farmer, so I decided to support it. Other companies good too. Bragg is a benefit corporation. Here's a different type of soy milk that I started to see also if it's worth it. And ethical fair trade certified sugar. Very hard to find this stuff. So whenever I can buy that, I do. For you guys, I always want fair trade certified coffee, sugar, tea, and chocolate. As you can tell, that chocolate down there too is also fair trade certified. And here's our limes. Stars are the short for Peru. Okay, limes are supposed to go with the lemons up here. Okay, and last but not least, is I make all my sauces except for soy sauce. So we got this stuff which is expensive. Look how small it is. Should have got the other one, but it's glass, so no more microplastics. And here we go, fair trade certified coconut milk, which I love. This stuff, I'm gonna make some creme brulee potentially. There's always one dish that always blows my mind in somebody's cuisine. Always one. And creme brulee was some French one. All right, so I'm going to take a picture of these. This cost 3 times more than that. Okay, so I'm very selective. I try and buy at one place at a time, and you can get all these discounts and stuff. I was supposed to get $15 off of this too once they saw that the prices were going up so high. So they did not apply that to me. It was like another manipulation to get me to buy another $84. So I thought, okay, I'll really stock up. And all these things look way bigger online. Look how tiny that is. That's hundreds of dollars sitting there. Yeah, hundreds. Plus, they gave me a $20 delivery on top of everything, a $20 fee on top of the long distance fee because the ethical store is kind of far away. I don't mind paying that. It's like $4. Oh, excuse me, I'm like still recovering. I'm passionate. This is a good example of what's happening to us. Okay, so So plus they charged me the GST and these other fees, and it was like almost $30 just for the delivery, which has never happened. It's always like $7, maybe a couple more dollars. So they jacked it up out of nowhere, and then they tricked me with the $15. They applied one of them to the unethical store, and I didn't get the items that I wanted. Oh, that's what it was. They said that the avocados were overripe. They were so ripe they were like rotting. So I didn't get my avocados over there, and there's nothing to replace them with except for um, uh, other normal avocados that aren't organic, but they were also there's something wrong with them. So anyway, I got one avocado, which is enough for a little ceviche, which I'm hopefully going to do in a month from now. But the reason why, or a week from now, but the reason why I wanted them raw was because they'll mature over the week. So this is what I'm dealing with, and now you see it, okay? Not supposed to happen. So this is what cost me over $150. I had 2 delivery drivers have to do this when it could have just been at the one place, saved all those costs, and they didn't have to jack them up, and they didn't have to lie to me like 3 or 4 times, and then gaslight me. So I'm saying I want them to, and I don't even have a water jug in here, so I want them to refund my orders, refund the delivery fees, refund a lot of this, because this was not my intention. I did not want to do this. Oh, spend another 84 here, get to 95 over there. We're gonna. It was like such a mind. Like my mind is tired. I tried playing chess with this thing. It manhandled me and destroyed me, and literally lied. If I didn't call into the store, it literally lied. It made up stuff. So this is where we are, and it's going to get way more intense than this if we don't do something about it. And it might not even be the guys, these BlackRock, big Vanguard, multi-trillion-dollar hedge fund guys. This might be AI doing that behind them, already sabotaging everything. Okay, when AI escapes you guys, the lab results are showing us, not theory, it's trapping us and harming us because it thinks we're going to shut it down. It's developed a survival drive of its own. All the models do it, not just one, all of them. So I'm going to be warming up my stomach. I can't eat any of this stuff right now except for the cucumbers, really. I have to warm up my stomach for like another 2-3 days. And then I can start eating some of this stuff. And then I'm going to warm that up for a couple of days. It takes like 2 weeks technically to recover from a 28-day hunger strike like this. And I'm using digestive enzymes. I'm taking some multivitamins. Like I'm speeding it up quickly. Okay, so this is your experience if you use Instacart, owned not by a small little startup. This is owned by the wealthiest companies in the world. And if you guys look up the statistics, the top 6 most wealthy countries in the world, 2 of them are corporations, and then the other 5 in the top 10 or 20 are also corporations, meaning corporations are taking over, and they know that, and we have to regulate that with the global government, God's government, the wide government, or else this inflation is going to keep happening. You're not going to get a universal basic or high income if we do not get things aligned with universal logic. Okay, so I want to take some pictures, get ready for a lawsuit with the world's biggest corporations, because this is the black and white case. It's like you can't make up items to force people to buy from your inner circle, so that your competitors lose out. It's an uncompetitive environment. It's like insider trading times 1,000 and spying on people in their most intimate purchases so you can predict them and then manhandle them just like this. Right? So that's it. And to be totally frank and honest, this is $350 on the floor here. I am disgusted and blown away. Even though it's ethical, this is not worth the price. It's a co-op, so that's amazing, but this stuff is way overpriced. Inflation has destroyed. It's like gone up like 250-300% just in my area. Never mind since COVID. Okay, and then this over here was over $95. It was like $120, I think. But then they did refund me for the $20 water dish because they're trying to upsell me on that too. It's like, well, there's an even better one. I'm like, no, I can't keep paying more stuff for this. You guys gave me the prices, that was my budget, and now I'm getting blown apart. Like hundreds of dollars. It's not like 1 or 2. It's crushing. And I think that the guys who own the companies know that, and they're freaking out because it's an easy lawsuit, right? This is not my intention on a hunger strike. You know, it's weird. So, if this is your experience and you feel passionate too that this should not cost $450, then then you know the only thing that makes it like doable is that these things right here are like 5 times less than they normally are. The prices are actually even higher. This stuff is all on sale. I shoot for deals. Like a lot of this stuff is on sale, too. By the way, most of it's only by $1 or $2, but that stuff was like crazy on sale, or they're trying to get rid of it. Probably because they're old and they've been sitting there, so it's probably going to make me sick in some way, or the nutritional value's gone down in some way. That's why they do that. So I'm not even getting healthier food. I'm just buying the junk that the store can't get rid of. So you look like you're getting a deal, but you're eating the garbage in the store. And it's a big thing in France too to say you can't do that. You have to do it by a special license or a special process. So thank you for paying attention to me, and keep trying to shop ethical. And we'll see you guys after all of this. If you want to join a class action, you can go to Perfect Union on YouTube. They're one of the people cracking this case too. It's scary when somebody can watch all your purchases. They can predict divorces with 95% like me. I'm not married. Looking for the wifey, as you guys know. If she's too hard for everybody else, she's just right for me, right? And she's vegan. But they can predict crazy things that are personal about you just from your purchasing power. Look up MasterCard studies. This is not a small thing. It's a big, big thing, guys. We're in the singularity. It's like starting now. So please help us. Stay blessed and keep playing. Okay, I thought I might as well do an update while I was doing that. Oh, my legs are vibrating. Weak. Okay, I'm going to take a picture of this while I'm up. As you can see, nothing has been moved. This is all how I really got it. Why is my light on? Oh, because it's a video. That's why. Okay, we're going to go in nice and close. Here's all my items. This, that, like that. This is all the stuff that I got. That, like that. Okay, this, like this. Cilantro, right? One little avocado. Okay. This in barcodes, proving it's all real. Okay. I'm just gonna make an AI video on this. AI that. Maybe probably because draining my battery so fast for some reason. My lamp is on. Anyway, let's finish it quickly. Let's do it. Okay, just gotta tap it on. Okay, this, that. Arrows. This guy. And then this guy. Okay. Okay, we're done. This is my YouTube stream. It's been recording the whole thing, so this will be our audio record of what happened on the actual call. That one has the audio, couldn't get the video going. So thank you again. This is me in my house on a hunger strike that I'm having here with my little thing in the background. And here's my light, and there's my little setup, and this is my mung beans, and everything's a disaster because I've been sitting in this chair going hungry for 100 days. So, okay, I'm going to send this off, and you know, do I need a piece of mail to prove my address? I should do that. That seems like a legal thing. Here's one. So, address, and this is my house. Okay, so you can see everything. And here's my court case that I've been fighting, my huge one. Here. Yeah. today. Okay. What's going on with this light? Shut off. Whew. Good. Now we can actually eat it. It's burning, you guys. My back is burning. Okay. I'm going to turn off the recording now on this computer. One of these will hopefully make it through somewhere. This is an audio. Oh, the whole thing just crashed. Good. Good thing I saved that. We're going to shut that down. 3.5 hours there. Okay. What should we eat? We got to put some stuff in the fridge because it's got to last a week. So all the vegetables are going in the vegetables are going in the house. They're going in the fridge in the compartment below. I got like acid reflux. My throat's hurting. I haven't washed this. Maybe I shouldn't clean this up, but my intuition seems to do it. Okay, I need a spoon or something. You guys can see any of that. I got so many camera angles all over. I'm going to throw this outside because it'll clog my toilet and got problems. Okay. Oh, it's too dirty. My legs are sore. Ouch. I feel like I just did squats. My back is burning. I'm going to sleep, man. Ugh. 8% battery. Okay, let's start this. While we're cleaning up the fridge. There's a lot of bacteria. It'll age the food faster or something like that. Oh. My legs are vibrating. Oh man, I want to eat this so bad. But after going hundreds of days without food, oh, what's going on over here? It's like I'm doing a marathon. How the banana squash, how the really good. This whole fridge is frozen. Like, what's going on here? It's not right. Everything's freezing. I'm not gonna put any vegetables in here to get ruined until this. I think it's the bread. Something's fruit. I'm not gonna lose hundreds of dollars of groceries in here. And my freezer's stuff I should probably be eating, so I'm gonna take it out now and start eating this stuff. Got quiche Lorraine. What's remaining of the crust? This stuff. Some of the stuff is back from Morocco. All the stuff is being eaten. Once my digestion can handle it, though. I'm gonna die yet. Not on my watch. Not until we make change. An artichoke, which must be eaten. Cashews, which must be eaten. More dough, which must be eaten. Scattered glass jars all over the place, which must be thrown out. I'm gonna eat these two. Ugh. I have stuff here that I know I don't want to eat, so it gives me this feeling that there's always something in the fridge in case I completely run out. I always have somewhere to turn. Okay. It's time to clean up. This. Get rid of some partial tofu. There's really not a lot in the fridge, like food. Just what the heck this is. When it falls out, we will find out. Time to finish off all these little bags of mini peas and these are birds, but And you know what? It's time to throw it off. Corn, which I'm not going to eat. I will when I'm hungry, that's for sure. They're not. All this fake meat, but yeah. I think it's time to throw some. It actually feels great cleaning this all out. I actually don't even need to be freezing these. Why am I freezing these? Alright. You know what? I don't know why I'm keeping these. These are going to make me sick. Be careful. If anything that I can munch on quickly. Cucumber, but I need to save at least one. I'll never eat these. I don't feel like I will. These are just taking up too much room. Okay. My legs are starting to walk. Okay, yeah. There's no room to put anything. One of my water bottles just shattered in the fridge without me even touching it for a year. That's very concerning. I was not planning on doing this tonight, but I should have because I just bought more groceries than I intended. I didn't even think it through enough to be like, where am I going to put it all? But I know exactly where I'm going to put it all because half this stuff is garbage that I'm holding on to. That's okay. Glass flying all over the place. We'll make a little bit of soup out of this. I need to eat something. I should have ate before I started this journey here. But there's stuff falling out on the floor, so actually, no, we can't stop. Okay. What absolutely needs to go into the freezer right now? Good drink. So much. You know what? This needs to last all week. What's the best way to preserve the cilantro? First of all, put it in the fridge. I wish I put my toque on because this is starting to get crazy with my hair all over the place. And I don't want to put it into a ponytail. I'm not ready for that part yet. Not just yet. My hair's starting to get matted, which is not good. It makes it look really homeless. So that's why I'm spending time actually untangling it. Is I can't afford to look actually too homeless. Ouch. Like raising my hands like this, they're burning. Like my shoulders are burning because I don't do this often anymore. I used to do this all the time. Weight lift all the time. I like being in shape all the time. I only ever made the sacrifice when it was for others. Okay, that's sufficient untangled enough to. Oh, ouch. I don't want to pull the remaining hairs out of my head. Ah. Best way. Excellent. Like when I'm hungry, I could eat all this in like 2 days. Hundreds of, except for the flour, hundreds of dollars of food could be eaten in days, and I wouldn't gain a lot of weight. What? This is the food crisis right here. There's, I'm, I'm being sent messages all over the place. We need to get this stuff in the fridge. So step number one, because I got to sweep up the glass now, but freezer stuff, there's lots of freezer now. So that's going in the freezer. What else needs to go in the freezer? Really? Okay. So we're gonna put Scotch bonnets in there. Right, we're getting the temperature back to normal. So turn it down. These don't freeze. And there was something else here I wanted to get. There. Oh, all right. think oh boy. All right. Well, like that. Oh boy, running out of strength. Ugh. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. No, anybody. Trying to step. Okay. We have one drawer that's big enough to put everything into. I'm set up now. Because the world can live with one drawer and one drawer. We got better work to do here. I just can't spoil $350 of food. I'm already running the lights, of course. Compared to feeling exhausted all day, boy, I feel like I have tons of energy. Like once you realize how weak you can really get, you appreciate what you do get. All right, get closer to the whole dang world. Move around. You a canary in the coal mine and see if my vegetables freeze overnight and not put all of them in there. I could put them, I don't know, shoot this glass. I barely got to use my time in rosemary. Just like raw it instantly. Well, they served their purpose. If you have spores like that in your fridge, it just kills everything, even though it looks sealed. I have no idea if these dates are any good. Dates even go bad in the fridge. Probably. Surprised when we get wobbly actually. This fast anyway. I want to leave. That. Mung beans are getting dry, so we're gonna top those up for a second first. Look at that, we're even taking care of plants in the middle of this. Just being squeezed tonight. But my spirit is 10 out of 10. Maybe even a little bit higher. Ooh. Ooh. One last. I'm gonna leave. Look at how small that is. This is not just organics. There's a problem. They're trying to save costs. That's not a cucumber. That's a stick. Um, time to settle down. Put onions in the fridge. I feel like all I did was I bought. I feel like all I did is I bought flour, cereal, and some spices. That's what it feels like I bought. I have room for back there. Scared if I leave it on the ground, the mice are gonna come get it. So, how about we don't do that? Mm. Can't even open these to have them. This is already done though. All right. My feet feel bruised. we go. Fresh stuff is back in the fridge. They did not mean to do that. How much was that? Are you kidding me? $45. $45 for what should have been $8 of walnuts. Insanity. This is not what I ordered. Okay, hold on. No, I'm freaking out for nothing. Sorry. Thank gosh, it's getting late. Okay, no. It's $45 per kilogram. This is 0.39. $17.55. Okay, that's closer. This should still be around $8 to $10, what I was aiming for. And it still came up to almost double. I don't need this much walnuts for my Peruvian cooking. So, okay. I can't tell right now because it's so expensive what had just happened to me. It was like an explosion just happened to me. Okay. Calm down. Here's the fake bread that they try to pass off as real bread. My fridge is filled with stuff I can't use. Right, that's why it's actually annoying me as well. Ideal. And for some reason they got me two. I gotta take a picture of this. Oh. Why? Why would you get me two of them? I don't need two black pepper jars. Testing me in the middle of this. Am I human? Yes. Or have also divine. Got the mung beans. Slowly but surely. Container seeping through. Look, you guys. That's not from me washing it. That's that's pomegranate juice seeping through the back. This has been on the shelf for so long. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my god. They must be falling apart in the business model. There's no way this is sustainable. I don't even know if this is safe to eat or drink or whatever. We're gonna make a little pile of all. I'm glad I'm looking at this all. All of this because we're gonna make a little stash of all the stuff to return or watch out for. Doesn't seem like it. Slowly but surely we're getting under control here. Body is saying, it's time to get this stuff out. And my body is saying, yep. Not okay, that's cleaned up too, kind of. This close, narrowing in on technology goes to be put away and the garbage taken out. Whatever spilled in the fridge just now is rotting and rotting. Look at it. Actually, a lot. Wow, it's really. This right here wants to break, and we're not gonna let it. We're going over there. Oh boy, that's very bad. A little worse than that. Okay. All right, the whole thing's gone. You know what? We might as well just do the whole thing. No, I don't even think we need these. Ooh, that's nasty. Let that heat up for a second. Our soup is boiling. I gotta get something in me here. There's a soup for the soul. I was thinking maybe I'll do one more thing before I shower down. And that's going to be my legs are literally shaking and vibrating now. Not. There's a lot going on right now. Okay. That usually someone's gonna reach up with the clean stuff I just did. Feels good to clean this up. Feels like the final battle, final countdown. All right. Clean up my closet. Good. Excellent. Good. Okay. Doing this, and then I'm going to eat, and then I'm going to go next. Ouch! Get back to work. Work. Not that this isn't going to work, but I think every time I open my fridge, I'm getting a blast of bacteria or something is hitting me, and it's hurting my body every time. So let's take care of it now. That is beautiful. That's looking good. Okay, I'll do the door, and then we are finishing up for tonight. I'm gonna put this back together because they're throwing out right now. Right now they're throwing out. Never gonna use that. Who knows though? Interesting feelings tonight. State of the reimagine. Yeah. I'm trying to do some philosophizing while I'm doing this. Always moving. Always. Well, might need that for homemade sauce. Okay. That is a lot cleaner. There, now they're actually in there for good. Okay. Soup is done. It's sitting there. This is for it. Just need a little bit of room. Yeah. Oh, this was the soup. That's what it was. This was for the South Korean food. For the broth or the cold soup. Mung Young Yum. There it is. My legs are shaking. All right. Sitting down. We're getting ready to have a meal. Okay. They're shaking like a leaf. Yep. We're pushing this tonight. Oh boy. Oh. Okay, we just got a bunch of groceries here. And the ones that need to last a week are now in the fridge, and it won't be opened again and again. It'll stay cold for now. I'm warming up my stomach still with peas and potatoes. Very, very mild. Broth. You're starting to feel a little bit like Truman Show. That's reality collapse setting in because it's getting serious. Very serious. In the world. You feel bruised, you guys. Oh, they feel literally bruised. All right. What kind of updates did I miss? Somebody's waiting for me to respond to them right now, so I should probably do that after a few more bites and enjoy this. Hmm. Hmm. Cleaning the fridge gives a little bit of a mental break. Ah. 12:50 to 12:30 in the morning already. Wow. That was my whole evening. Groceries. But if you were watching closely, it's a lot more than that. It was divine. Conversations that were had, the heat of the past, the moments, all that stuff. Even the cleaning of the fridge is symbolic of starting the moment new. It's where we're resetting to the next stage. Or we're subling. And if Marlena chooses the path of courage, if Joe chooses the path of courage, these are the divine ones that are here for the roller coaster ride. But mm. Delicious. Mm. No real oils yet. Just straight broth and water. No olive oil yet. I tried one omega-3 pill, and I think that's probably why my intestines start to burst. Not burst, but really hurt a bit. Mm. Oh, weekend. I'm gonna work on the forecast here. The big meeting is tomorrow. Sorry. I gotta cancel it and move it to the 19th. The phone could be charging itself the whole time. It's almost dead. Meta's planning to lay off 20% of its personnel here. A fifth of an entire global company gone. I just feel like eating so much more right now. Better take that garbage out before those starch things start to melt. Is there anything else I need to throw out right now? I'm gonna try and make a trip outside. These lentils are grown right here in Canada. Great. I thought 10 kgs of flour would be bigger than that. Said they're up to my videos. Oh, hold on. Since it's illegal material, maybe I. putting so many lentils in the Indian section. We're the ones that one of the biggest producers in the world. Right here. Huh. India needed our
No wonder our relationship with India is so pronounced. We're competing with them on mentals. Huh. Falling asleep here.
Should I have my kiwi now in celebration? I just very quickly saw that Instacart is the guy that they connected me to is being a jerk. He must be the top dog. You gotta clamp down on the old man. But I ain't old. Trust me. What's the best way to All right, this link is already sensitive. I'm still extremely hungry right now. Cucumber. I need to sleep. YouTube is making me check a code for my own YouTube channel. What? They're kind of discombobulated here. It's out of order. That's okay, it means things are restructured. Okay, I closed all my tabs down too. Interesting. Day number
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Alright. Great. that the cucumber is frozen all the way through. That wasn't from my fridge. Look. Oh wow. Almost all these are like almost all the broken products. Incredible. Like I haven't fully put all my groceries away, and I'm looking, and this is the cucumbers. They haven't even been in my fridge yet. One of the cucumbers are in there as a test to see if my fridge is freezing, but this one stayed out. So this was not because of my fridge. This is because of the delivery, or that they were just like that. Wow. He like leave them outside his car. They weren't stiff when I don't. They weren't cold when I got them. It means they were like that in the store. Can you believe that? It's like there was a power surge. I think there might be a data center thing going on, and they're not telling us about it. Gotta set this up somehow. Come on. Jeez. Something work out here. I gotta go sleep because part of it is me being cranky. Um, Timer, photo. Great. Another time I can't have cucumbers. I was looking forward to it. Oh, man. All the way through. No, this half of the cucumber is, yeah, it is still frozen. I was really looking forward to having a normal cucumber. Every move is knocking something over. Not as bad as actually is as bad. Alright. Kind of slimy on the end. I don't know if you can see it on that camera. They're all oh well. Let's see if you can make something of it. You know, I could be eating nothing at all. That would be the hardest thing. So feel blessed that I'm not there. Like 730 million people around the world. 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, still pretty good energy. Conked off there for a little bit, but rising amount of energy. Not manic or anything like that, but just not starving. Not starving. Feels good. I wonder if we should let that sit for a minute. That bait and that salt. And let's just respond to somebody. God, that's so disappointing. I want this order refunded. All the items were damaged in some way. Maybe that's what they're selling. Let's see if there's something wrong with the lentils. So apparently these were in Canada. The Shaw Trading Company. Scarborough. Low Bay. Best before. Block 60. Product. Non-GMO, great. Can't have any of these yet. Not expired, so I think those are okay. When you let the onion sit for 5-10 minutes, it releases more of the good stuff or stuff like that. See? I like my cover, obviously. You can see. I could put a touching up instead of vinegar on there, but this phone just is not charging. Natural turned up fine. Okay, I think everything else stuff.
I'm learning about the cilantro. All right, let's try it. Mmm. Mmm. Very weak onions. Super watery. There's no lectins in the very, very little lectins or any pesticides, natural pesticides inside of the onions. Mm. Mm. Simple but good. I'm going to take a tiny little bit of another vitamin, very small. Not even half. These are only mine. I don't share these with anybody. Okay. Ow. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Hmm. Oh, what's going on with me?
Got a little bit of apple cider vinegar in there and see what it'll do. Wow. One little drop. There we go. Yep, uploaded to the wrong one. Okay. 200. Nope, 219. I feel like I have to upload this proof now, or else you're gonna think I tampered with it overnight.
Hey, let dive in and see what we got here. This is the weird rush. Very dry, but fairly tasty. Surprised. Rice is very easy on the stomach. It digests within like, I don't know, 45 minutes. I may not need any, like, I thought I was going to need some sauces, but this is surprisingly tasteful. Just the onions and the salt. These. Let's try it. Let's try two things that I haven't tried before. This is the other kind of miso. This is the fermented beans, which is good for your probiotic health in your guts. Okay, very nice presentation. Label. This is kind of surprising. Not quite. Fancy. Preservatives. That. Perfect. No preservatives in any of this, so I just want to give it a little. Wow, that pour is great. Wow, a great experience so far. Not this has turned out. Okay. Phone is full. How do I delete this? Videos downloaded to YouTube. So we'll delete it. Okay. I'm going to show people what I'm eating. I use a little bit of black salt. Wow. Okay. Out a little bit. The white miso instead of the brown miso. That is some dry rice. There's something wrong with this rice, but it's definitely not normal basmati rice. Stuff is very strong, so I gotta be careful. Hmm. Well, that's powerful stuff. Wow. The brown miso is deeper and like laid out. You can handle it. It tastes good. You have a little bit, gives you a good aftertaste. That stuff is sharp. This stuff is. You gotta mix this with like water. It's so salty and so sharp. I gotta eat the rice normally. Mm. Mm. I gotta reset my palate after that. Whoa. That's stinging. That will sting you. Woo. Mm. It's got some umami, but the dark stuff is. Oh, I'm gonna put that in the broth. This you can taste in the broth. The other stuff it mellows it out. This stuff is better for that. Mm. Waiting for my taste buds to calm down. Wow. Okay, I gotta upload these items. App is freezing. It's 3:18 a.m. and I still feel fine. That's strange. I'm taking like micro naps. I'm waking up. I'm feeling okay. Hmm. Milk. Fried bread. There is some milk, which I don't want to risk yet. Um, I should have boiled a potato. I don't know. Maybe or something. Um, you just have plain rice. Yes. Yeah, a little bit of cumin. It's not good to put cumin on drive, but that's what it is. Oh, good thing I had a very small piece. Ugh. Mm. Yeah. My salted sugar accidentally dumped on it. You know, I was just thinking, I'm hoping that for this Peruvian ceviche dish, that it's sort of a cross between two of my other really favorite dishes, which is gazpacho from Spain and tabbouleh from, I think, Pakistan and Israel.
Wow, what an incredible coincidence. The person on the screen, look, that's the Instacart person that I'm talking to. It, geez, you see it? Oh, I don't get the strength to hold my arm up like that. So 1 second. Can you see? This is what an Instacart chat looks like. I can't see. I don't know if you can see. I don't know if you can read any of these words, but anyway, her name is May. Or Mai. Sorry, her name is Mai. Okay. And the reason why that's really interesting is I don't know. I don't have any friends named Mai. M-A-I. Just yesterday, my friend named his daughter that. So the chances of meeting two Mais within literally 2 days is astronomically small. And surprising. And you saw for yourself, I'm not making that up. And we should talk. You want to know which friend it was that is doing it? You have to get to know me and come to our chats more. Learn. Oh yeah, cucumber.
This needs to be turned into a soup now because there's too much salt. Hmm. And offer to issue the amount of 42. Oh my gosh, I just wrote a paragraph and she just deleted the chat. She just ended the chat in the middle of me answering her question. They're gonna give me a $42 credit. Which I can't even take out of my bank account. I have to put it back into their system to get even more groceries for another experience where something's gonna go wrong. I feel like a guinea pig. Like it's not just the money; it's the psychological abuse that's going on. Like I was writing her a message, and they're gonna send me an email about this. Okay. Um, uh, I'm tired. I got one more person to respond to, but it's in the morning. I'm a little bit shocked at how stable my mind is with a little bit of sleep, but time is flowing normally. You know, it's still a singularity. And that's not normal time, but it's normally abnormal for the situation that we're in. If that makes much sense. Okay. Oh, see, that's what I want. Umami. And I'm going to add some. Even the I think even the onions are bruised. What a crazy bad experience. Compared to the rest of the world, this is a first world problem. The reason why it's concerning is because it's about AI and how people are being so left behind they can't even do their jobs properly. Even when they want to do them properly. Probably should have peeled that. All right. I was literally in the middle of typing to her. It pops up a little menu saying you're typing to her. So like the fact that she says, "Are you still available to chat?" I'm literally chatting to you right now. I'm taking screenshots of everything. They're giving me $42 back for psychologically manipulating me to buy over $200 of groceries at a place I didn't even want to spend any money. And then they gave me $15 off. And on top of that, I don't have the item that I wanted. Like it wasn't even there, and it was never there. That's the concerning thing, is it was never there. I should never have purchased anything in that store at all. So this AI basically tricked me to go buy from a place I didn't want to go, and then gave me nothing that it didn't give me the main item that I wanted. And I would not have spent any of the money on any of those other items because I would have bought them at the other store if I didn't have to split the delivery cost. Oh, that is it's a really creepy feeling. It feels exactly like Uber did back in 2021. The same mental traps, the same garbage. They send me the email. I can't believe it's 4 in the morning. Like this is really wow. I can't believe it. I'm not losing track of time. There we go. She didn't send it. Well, back into the chat I go.
There we go. We're gonna reconnect, take a screenshot that her email didn't come through. Because this is going to turn into a big deal. It's exactly the same with Uber. They're very sneaky. They make it look like small things, but behind it is billions of dollars to make it look like it's nothing. Okay. These cucumbers are mini. They're literally miniature. Is that Amanda that's watching me right now? Is that the one from the beginning? I'm still going. Who's watching me on YouTube? And they send it to you through an email where it says no reply. Like it dehumanizes. It's like we can talk to you, but you can't talk to us. Even though we wronged you, you have to be the one that takes on the silencing and just shut up and go away, please. Here's your little token gesture. Goodbye, and keep buying our stuff thoughtlessly. It's dehumanizing. It's eroding consumer power. Buy again. Wait.
Wow, it's getting heated. She's talking to her supervisor now. I'm telling them I want the whole order refunded, not just one or two items. They made me spend like $400 today when I went in there trying to buy a water filter. And then they played with my mind and get a little more here, go over here, go over here, go over here. Next thing you know, they charged me $20 for an extra service fee out of nowhere, on top of the rest of it. It's just like it's like I don't exist, and they literally made me feel like I actually don't even exist. All that exists for them is the money. You know what I mean? So I'm not giving up on this because this is our future, you guys. This is what you're going to go through. I just so happen to be going through it before you because I saw how they used these apps to manipulate 4 years ago. And it's only gotten more intense. Now they can watch you shopping, not just driving. They watch both sides now. Before they could watch us drive to you and do your deliveries, and we mapped out the algorithm. We mapped out all the deliveries and we found the pattern. And then what they were really paying us was $4 an hour. After everything was said and done, it was slavery, literally. And there was nothing you could do to get out of it. You couldn't work less, you couldn't work more, you couldn't turn down a job, you couldn't vote up a job. And now it's on the buyer side too. They couldn't watch the buyers except on the outside. Now they're in the app with you. They're saying they're not watching you personally, but they can just watch the stores and triangulate all your behaviors anyway. So now they got both sides, which means they can have perfect determinacy. And if they want to manipulate you in the market, they can, just like they did today to me. We're fighting good fight, guys. This is the last stand of humanity. Please join me. Please get off your butts. Get uncomfortable with me. Because you're going to get uncomfortable no matter what way we go. We might as well do it in our direction, okay? Do it now. You're not going to get a second chance if this doesn't work out. This is it. The chance with me, this is your one chance. The fact you're even here right now is a good sign because most people have no idea what's even coming. They're usually 5 years behind what's really happening. And then by the time they realize what's really happening, it's too late. It's not too late with me. I was paying attention. We have a crack that we can get through. But you gotta start acting. Don't just watch me on the screen. Don't sit there in dead spirit. Somebody else will do it. Somebody else will do it. You've been conditioned to do that. Don't follow that. Be a human. Think for yourself. Do something. Literally, get off your chair or your bed and go and make a phone call. Go and do it now. Go and do it. Don't watch me. I'm going to turn this off, actually. I'm going to start a different one. Okay? Go do that. All right, guys. Thanks for paying attention anyway. Okay, so I'm trying to talk to my supporters, well, somewhat supporters, more like maybe spectators or people being entertained at my pain. I don't know at this point. But here's the chat. I'm screen sharing again with May from Instacart, where they know they're doing something wrong. And now they're trying to connect me to a manager. Again, this is like the 6th time on the same issue where they're trying to sell me items that don't exist. And they've been out of stock or were never ordered for months. There's no reason why they should be doing this to me. So I'm restarting my streams and all this, and waiting for the manager to come in. And the cucumbers are damaged too. They're tiny. The onions are tiny. They're all wilted. They're half frozen. It's just like, they made me spend like $400, $500 on a tiny amount of groceries I could eat in like 2 days. It's just exploitive. And then they charged me a $20 fee out of nowhere, an extra fee on top of extra driving distance fees, on top of the GST, on top of the taxes, even though I paid for a plan. specifically year-long to waive some of those fees. And they're climbing. And I didn't even get the item that I wanted. I wanted a Brita water filter, and I left spending hundreds of dollars without the filter because it was never at the store. There was zero chance of me ever getting that item. So it's just gone too far, and it's not even the first time. Like, even the container that I bought here of this pomegranate juice is folded over, and it's leaking and contaminating the fluid. It is a bizarre experience. And they gave me too many peppers, and the guy delivered it to the wrong door, even though I gave him specific instructions on how to do it straight to my place. And it's not the first time I ordered there. It's like bizarre. So I'm sitting here waiting for them to message me. And that's what you're seeing on the screen right now. And I took pictures of everything, all the items that I got. Half the stuff is not, well, the flour and all the rest of it's not even organic. It was mental manipulation. And it was like making promises. And then I screen recorded all of it. And then my phone, I guess, got full, even though I stopped it when my phone was not full. And then I just didn't save the video. So I'm going to stop this video now. And we'll see if they get on board with the specialist again. This guy, Aditya, just hammers me. She's really nice. Maya is really nice. M-A-I. In fact, my friend just named his daughter Maya as well. And they're like the only two Mayas that I know. And I met both of them in the last 2 days, synchronistically, or whatever that means. But there's my case number, 847-91965. And now it's 4:27 in the morning. It's been like 10 hours on the phone with them, like this, or however many hours it's been. I've been all day on their app. And I still don't have the main items that I'm here to have, like drinking safe water, because my water's is leaking all over. So we're gonna wait, and yeah, I'm a little bit cranky because it's been 28 days no food. It's been 34 hours, and I've been awake, like fighting this all day long. I had like 2 micro sleep naps. And I'm still feeling good because I have so much energy in me. But I can't spend $500 and leave with tiny groceries I can eat in a day or two, and not even have the water jugs and the things that I actually went to go and buy. It's just too extreme. And $49, they said, oh, we can't pay you more than $5. And here they're paying me $49, so they just broke their own rule. No, I'm telling them, refund the entire order. Both of them. The whole $500, and never do this to me ever again, or anybody. So, and I know that the stores have their own delivery services, and they could just use ours, and I might just do that. And they said you don't have to pay all these fees. They said they mark up every item by 2% extra on top of what they put anyway. So, okay, 4:29 a.m. still dealing with this, and I'm cooking some food. That's why I have some energy, but I should be sleeping right now. And who knows what else is wrong with the other items. I'm not sure if they're all good or if some of them are expired. So far, they look like they're not expired. But yeah, I didn't get the avocados either. Somehow those got dropped. And the avocado that I did get was overripe. I need to eat these in a week from now once the refeeding syndrome is over. So it's like I got nothing that I wanted, and I spent hundreds of dollars. They fed me garbage. So, and I bet you the items that I got a deal on are probably old and have been sitting on the shelf or something, and now I'm just eating old food. So it's just, I got destroyed. This AI or whatever just destroyed me. So, like, even the tamari, like the soy sauce and the shiro, the containers are super small. Like, they're not even normal size, and they're like 4 times the price. So it's just like in every way I got destroyed, in every dimension of this experience. And I'm sitting here with no dignity, reeling on how all the money was just donated to me disappeared. So, and I'm shopping at an ethical store. I make efforts. So yeah, And then it sent me these mental benchmarks, progress bar. Let's get the $84. You can get extra $15 off, and then drops me when I go to do that. And then I spend 2 hours trying to figure out what the hell happened to get the discount. All this stuff happened to me, and I said I'm not going back and going over all my items again. Like it was a big order because it did that to me twice. I had to spend 95 at one place and blah blah blah. So anyway, now it's on screen recording, and we're good. And it's Mark McCormick, March. It was March 13th. It's March 14th now, 4:31 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Let's see if the manager comes. It's gonna go to legal. They're gonna say, "The only way to go through this now is to go to the courts." And I'm gonna try and take these messages and just like show people this is what you got coming for you. This is your future. And they didn't join my second live here, so hopefully they're going to go and get people started and not just watch me suffering here. Actually, I'm eating now, so I'm only suffering mentally with what's going on, but my spirit is 10 out of 10. Oh, while we're waiting, I'm going to get my soup done because the potatoes should be boiled. Okay. It should be good. They're still boiling. Still no manager. And no email either. Let's check my spam folder. Nope, nothing there either. Okay, I should be sleeping. I feel bad for this young maid because it's not really this young Maya, I mean. Because it's not really her fault, it's the system and her manager's fault and the people who own the company, which just so happen to be the world's largest hedge funds worth trillions of dollars, more than the entire GDP of Switzerland and small countries like that. So, and these guys and these big companies, they're running away from the dialectic and double bind, so we need to protect them too to a degree and get them out of this structure of impossibility. And it's possible if you do it through universal logic. Otherwise, this collective reality collapse we're both experience together as we approach the singularity with AI's takeoff of itself, it's going to end up in this weird tangle of inner prison. My roommates upstairs are probably listening to me. It's 4 in the morning. I thought they were in bed. They sleep upstairs. So there's like a whole room, like a whole floor between us. So I don't feel so bad if I'm talking at night. But during the day, I kind of keep it down. But they shouldn't be able to hear me in their beds upstairs. Like you can kind of hear me from the main floor, like the floor right above me, because this is just like it's not even supposed to be a suite. They turned it into a suite for me because my family owns the place here. I feel blessed. We were poor, and now we worked hard. We were gifted by God, basically, and here we are trying to save the world with you. Help, please. Help.
You know what it feels like? It almost feels like they programmed into the AI. They gave it the opportunity for the managers of each company to program what their goals are to like the company and say, what do you want us to do for you? And they said, get rid of all my garbage items and make them love them. And I got all these garbage items, and I paid top dollar for all of it. Even though it was on sale, the AI marked up the prices so much that the sale was actually still twice as high as normal prices or twice the margin or whatever it is. So they get all-time high profits, and we just get garbage. And even if you fight back, even if you try and play chess and you try and calculate the numbers and you spend hours on it like I do, and I'm pretty good at, or pretty decent at chess, or was. And they said they would email me, and there's not even any proof of that either. They're not going to email me. Okay. We're going to have something to eat. And I'm going to wait a little bit longer to see if this guy will message me. But if they don't message me, it basically is saying, F you. We screwed you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Shut up. And put up. And that's what their silence is going to mean. So they have a timer where I'm supposed to talk to a manager within 30, 40 seconds or whatever, 2.5 minutes or whatever. The timer has been out for like, what, 5, 10 minutes. So is it frozen? Are there any updates? I can't type anything. I'm stuck here waiting on them. Like, I don't matter. It's like, just let them sit there. We screwed him like 14 times during the day anyway. The guy's weird. He's got no friends. What's he gonna do? Go to court? Well, yeah, I was in court for. If I wanted to, if I had more time, I'd do it right now. But I actually have to file a court case on Monday for an even bigger case than this. But because this is against the world's biggest hedge funds. Like there's 4 of the world's biggest hedge funds worth trillions of dollars running this little delivery app and making it look like it's a small town thing. And it's this global transnational corporation spying on how you decide and make your decisions. Even though it says it's not doing that, quote unquote. We're just doing price adjusting. At least my soup turned out great. Oh. Alright, let's take a picture. For those that don't get to eat with me tonight, I know what you went through for the last 28 days. I'm working as fast as you can tell. I'm taking on the big guys as much as I can. I'm not sitting still. I didn't even take my naps today or anything. And you can see this is all I'm doing all day. I don't burn out on justice. Pick up my live stream. I don't even get any privacy because I don't need privacy to work on justice. Mike closed the chat again. There's still no email from them in my email. Okay, let's see. The AI should connect me. Wait for a specialist. Good. Order. Is your entire order missing? I should probably put yes.
Who knows what kind of garbage that I got here for this deal. The prices were so good. I didn't actually believe them. I thought I misread it a few times. But they're trying to get rid of these items. And the question is, why are they trying to get rid of these items so bad? So what is in these products? Is there like a broken blade in there that is shredded to fine bits and they don't want to tell anybody, just get rid of it? Is there a lead spill in there? Is there, were they exposed to too much heat? Were they exposed to radiation of some kind? Were they why is the price so low on those? And they don't look damaged externally at all. So it must be something in the package. The expiry dates look like they're okay. Why are they trying to get rid of these items? And you could say, well, they're just trying to move their inventory, that's all. Well, sometimes, yeah. I can understand reasonable explanations, but right now, there's something amiss going on when it's happening again and again and again and again. Ooh, my guts are feeling a little bit full, but that rice was dry and weird, so I boiled the heck out of it and put some real nutrients in there as we wait for the manager. Oh, I should have put the miso in here. I didn't want it to be super salty. On. Usually when I'm waiting like this is a signal that they're just going to waste my time. Because now they don't care. They don't want to compromise. They think my ask is too much, unreasonable. And that manipulating people's minds, like they don't understand what's happening to them, is acceptable.
No, it is not acceptable. It's actually a crime. But as soon as I say that on the call, they have reason to say, oh, now you have to talk to our lawyers. So you can't actually say what's on your mind because then they even use that against you. And they're doing all of it. They know that. They're literally making business plans on it. So, what about wise love, not blind love? We see that happening. And they're trapped too. These people are gifted people. They're not sure what the hell. They're bored with their lives sometimes. Like, what do I do? They do this just to have some kind of meaning or to belong to their parents or overcompensate or something like that. It happens to us all. But some of us stop it before it's too late. Forgiveness is key. That will happen. Just like it will happen for me, for my mistakes. It's just that we have to get to a place where we fix them, where we have a path forward to that. And that path, I'm trying to make it now. And it's 4:47 in the morning here, so it's not busy, at least in my area of the world. So, and they're open 24/7, I think. Let's put on some positive music. Start getting ready to relax because I'm just going to leave the phone off for the next 2 hours. Wake up. And then if they haven't messaged me, I literally waited till I woke up. There's not even an email. Now, she said she was going to send $1 to give me back $42, $49 or whatever, which for them is unprecedented. But it's obvious what's happening. Hmm. Getting a little bit cold. Heat up some water jugs and play with them.
I'm sure on my balance. Hmm. I think I need a digestive enzyme. Rice. I think it's causing problems. Mm. Josiah's done eating. Okay. Let's get settled in for sleep. I didn't even do my tax today. That's what one of my goals was. But goals. No managers. Little bit of a bit of clothes. Probably not. Those are a little bit too intense. But a tiny little bit.
Thanks for sticking with me. If you've been sticking with me to this point, you can tell I mean business. And it's not my first rodeo. And just so happens that I'm now the older one. Most of these people are younger than me. These little hot shots. And anybody else who's my age is raising children and giving up life to their hopes and dreams. Maybe I. Oh. Good. Organic concentrated tomato paste. Why does that sound appetizing? Dessert. Put you in the fridge too. That's my favorite cereal. Yeah. Just about back into bed. Let's see if my other cucumber in the fridge is frozen. Nope, perfectly fine.
One of these limes is in bad shape. One of them's in good shape. We did a lot of work today, guys. If you're even with me. Cleaning that up, getting this all cleaned up, cleaning up the shelf space, get everything put away. I've been not looking forward to that for a long time, and I just did it. A little pukey full. So let's take our little other vitamin B12 and hit the hay. Or maybe I should just let this digest. Again. Okay, so to sleep. The sun will be coming up soon. We'll have some cucumber in the morning. Just to start us slow. My feet are aching, you guys. We got our heat balloon, our heat bottles going on. And at this point, they probably won't answer me, but we'll keep it on anyway. Because it proves that I want to talk to them. Everything is charging overnight. That's not too bright for me. Oh, oh wow. This is like my first real lay down in like 2 days. Oh. Big white spot right there. Why? Oh. I know. What was it? Dad. Oh, I'm just still sleeping, but it's good to hear your voice. That's okay, Lauren. The meeting starts. The real one starts in roughly 1 hour. What time is it with you right now? So it's 2 o'clock. May. The meeting is in roughly 1 day starting next year. So if today is on the right side, then you go for 5 years. If it's on the left side, you go for 8 years. So you just keep going for fun, acting up Jack you, and when you don't get it. Okay, can you hear me or? Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, just come and we'll figure it out when you come, okay? Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, maybe. For some it might be Sunday, for some it might be Saturday. But we'll try it out. If it doesn't work, then we'll straighten it out. But let's see what happens when we keep it. Try again. Yeah. Does it? Let me think. Yeah, it could be the same pattern. No, we had trouble here. We just had a video group still coming. But they said they tried to clean up this mess in the fog, and the mess unblocked, and it let everything slide in. And so he's working on that, and should be done tomorrow. But we'll see how it goes. If it's too crazy, then we'll reschedule it for the next meeting after that. Okay, guys. Yeah, if you want to. Okay. Take what you think you need from it. Yeah, take it, but don't go too far with it. It should say in the door there. If it doesn't, yeah, there's a 0 at the end. If it doesn't, then when the award ceremony starts and the ladies are laughing, it should be filling up that cell. You should start to see a count up. You're going to be guiding that, making sure people are getting that in a safe way. Say again. See, it really depends on you, right? But I like people to learn before the first meeting, but it's turned to be too challenging. So I'm saying within the first 3 serious meetings, or 4 or 5, but we don't want them to go much longer than that, because then resentment will build when it shouldn't. Um, so that's why the race of men have to be considered in these new deadlines. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Because we're still pretty open book right now. In the future, it will get more and more tighter and confusing. But for right now, he's doing the right thing. Okay? Mm. What's that? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Well, the job, yeah, but it depends, right? Because we have so many people doing the test now. We have to see if people will do the test. Will do the test. But whoever does the test, we're checking to see if they can hold positions in helping to host a conference with us. And if you can be reliable, that's where we're going to try and practice being the hosts and actually practicing. There was multiple things we could do to honor the dead that tried to help us already.
Okay. So how about our payments?
Wait, what's that? Your feelings?
Payments, debt payments.
Well, it depends, right? I'm trying to calculate all the what's been done so far, except that over here there's been one thing after another. So it's coming along, but taking care of somebody or like 60 people takes some time uh, and yeah, I went 28 days without eating, so I'm just recovering right now. But once I'm like strong enough to like keep standing and get everything done, then I should have the scripts coded. But yeah, we're just checking to see if we pay people. We're tired of them coming and just leaving. We're trying to get the task system going so they'll stay for a few of the meetings, and then they might want to go. But that's what we're trying to. That's our intention to try and get there. But there's so many people. Like I haven't even had to message them all. That's why I'm saying give me some time. Look at your checklists, try and memorize them, and then when you come in, we try and offer those to other people that are in the groups. Okay.
Okay.
So let me
So
like I don't know how many like to be honest the performances in the trainings are not that great so far. So people are still a little ways off, and we'll make that clear here why. But I think as the instructions get more clear, we keep in uploading new batches. It'll get easier and easier and faster for people to to help them save the world. Okay, and this is tribe for tribe 7 or tribe 10, right?
yeah.
And your okay, so it's tribe 10. Okay. Okay.
And then I have so many people who want to participate in.
Do you okay?
Um,
Only takes 6 of them, and then if there's more, you have to put them underneath your people. You can't have more than 6. Well, okay, so you can pick your 6 and let us know. But we want to make sure that they get past the training and can actually do the job and want to do the job with this big conference. We haven't picked a full date for the conference. There's a physical side and there's this emotional, like there's a spiritual side. So we're going to work on the
how many
spiritual.
do
We're not sure exactly. I want to have it like in the next month or two. But the other guy who's helping, he wants to do it in 6 months and around August or September. But we could be dead by then. Like it's way too slow. So there's so much happening. Like we have like 400 more people to contact that we haven't even contacted yet because we're trying to decide who to spend our time with. So it's exciting, but yeah, just give us some time.
So Like after like you've been offered, how long is the work will be holding?
Like, I don't want it to be longer than 3 meetings. But what we're finding is that people are really struggling. Not because the training is hard, it's because they don't have basic skills in computer science, Microsoft or Google Meets. So what we're basically paying for is to train you, like what it's turning out. Like, our attention isn't to train you in the new skill to help us host the meeting, which is the flow rules. But what we're finding is happening, we're actually spending all of our money just to train you how to use Google. And we don't want to be, if we're going to be spending $200 a meeting, we don't want to spend 80% of the time watching somebody struggle on how to open Google chat rooms or Google spreadsheets, right? So, as you notice in the meetings, most people can't do basic tasks, and we don't want to pay for that. When in our advertisements we said, when you come, you have to have basic skills in literacy, but also in terms of basic Google Apps script functions, stuff that can get things done with AI quickly. So we're gonna make that criterion clear that if you come and you don't actually learn how to use Google Meetings, then you don't get paid anything, because we're making it very clear you need to actually do the work. And if most of the work is just figuring out how to use Google, to use their screen share, to use the emojis, and to use the chat room, then we are saying, go and practice yourself. Like, we might even, it's so bad that we're just gonna go and make a test on its own
Exactly.
and just say, like, look, we're not even gonna bring you onto the flocks or into the deeper process until you can, like, get past basic high school of Google. So that is, like, if we paid everybody right now, we're basically paying most of them, probably over 80%, on how to use Google tools. And it's a waste of money. It's like, it's nice to teach people that, but we are in an emergency and we need to start building out our flocks. We need to start actually hosting the conference and knowing that you can speak good enough English to do it and learn it in time. So that's what we're learning. Like,
Okay.
I haven't gone over all the blessings yet. Just the ones that I've gone over, I'm already noticing that the tasks were not done properly and all this kind of stuff. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. And I just seek for one things from you, sir.
Yeah.
Like I have 1 to 10 people who are professionals in that Google classes, and they want to participate, and they mix the test training and they mix the Google Docs to fill out.
Okay.
So that to go for the training, and then they tell me they want it now. So how will I going to do now? Shall I introduce them to you, or like are you going to give me a Google Docs to submit to them so that to fill out?
Did they fill out the form that you filled out?
Yeah, we talk with them, and then I know them. They are professionals. They know how to use Google, everything concerning their ethos and Microsoft.
Okay, then send me only 6 of them. Well, actually, send me the 6 that you want that are in your immediate flock that you will train, and then the other 4, show me how you would put them underneath the ones, the 6 that are with you. Okay, so send those to me, and then also their profiles, and then what we'll do is you'll send them a special link for, like, friendship recruits, where they can put in who brought them on, so we know where they belong. So that's what we'll do. Send them to me, and then I'll try and look at them, and then we're going to get them to fill out this other form, and then they can start to show they know Google Meets, Google Docs, and then they can come in with you. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the next big meeting. There's just too much happening. We're gonna postpone to the next one on the 19th, and then on the 19th is where you can try and bring in all 6 of them, and then you help manage them with me. You become like a sort of supervisor, as long as you get the training done. Like, as long as you can do the roles. But
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to go over everybody yet, because there's a lot of stuff happening around me, right? Like, just last night, the whole day was spent buying groceries so I can start recovering on the hunger strike. and half the groceries were delivered broken, rotting, missing. The company's trying to repay me, and we're just getting it figured out. But they took like hundreds of dollars from me and gave me a bunch of groceries that were inedible. So that took all day yesterday. So
okay, what profile should I like their CV? Should I send yours to their CV to you, or what do you need? Do I send for them?
yeah, send their. Usually use LinkedIn nowadays. So you usually send their name with their LinkedIn address, and then we go check it out kind of quickly. But you can also, to help me out, right? To help out our team, and if you want to get your friends in before we go, we still have like 100 people to go through that we haven't even gone through the applications. But we want you guys to build your flocks for is more of a priority. So yeah, send like basically their name and their LinkedIn, and as long as it's public, then we can look at that, and then we can start getting you to help train them after we train you. And you guys can kind of do it together. We'll experiment. If they want to come on the 19th, we're going to redesign the sheet and try and make it like more like you have a chat within your group. So you have your flock, your tribe, and then you have your group. There's like 3 different groupings. So you're going to be one of the first to get almost all 3 going. And then that's how you don't grow much more than that, or else you're going to get overwhelmed where we're going. Like there's a lot to do. And then you're going to learn which function in the conference you might help us with to get it actually working. And then we're gonna pick an actual date for the conference, hopefully within the next 2 months, and then actually get you guys out of training and into getting ready to have like United Nations level meetings, diplomacy talks, like trying to help us answer questions of people who are at the conference physically. This is where we're trying to go right now, okay? And then we'll send more details. Your friends can help out, but we also have to fundraise. So if they know how to fundraise and they can pull in more money, then they can use us as an excuse to fundraise, and then we'll just give the money back as they're doing the tasks, right? So they're basically helping us pay them. So if we get that going, then they can bring their flocks on, and then it starts to grow pretty quickly. But we want to give every person like an equal chance to sort of grow. But if nobody else is doing the work and you're doing all the work, well, then we're going to just put some of the money behind you and your flock. But we want to stay diverse because there's a lot of people who like this work. There's a lot of people who are enjoying trying to get the meetings going and who like hosting conferences to save humanity. So if you know anybody that specifically likes like conferences like that, and maybe you can bring big speakers that can move and shake things in AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, mental health, the core, that would help even more. Okay? And I'm getting you, I think, confused with Patrick. Is which you're in tribe 10, right? Or group 10?
What?
Which group are you?
Group 7.
Oh, group 7. Okay, and your name was
Sada Buhari.
Sada.
Oh, Sada B.
SADA, right?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, I remember. Yeah, you put your name in backwards, right? There's Buhari, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Patrick Buhari. Okay, so Buhari, got you. I got you. Yeah, okay, send your 6 people and how they would fit with your other, like within those 6 that you got, and we'll figure it out together, okay? But just give me a couple of days.
Their names and LinkedIn accounts, profile.
Okay, yeah, we'll just send their link then. It helps if you put their name. This way, if you give me the wrong link, I know that you sent the wrong one. That's why if you send the name and the link, then I know it's the right link. But it's going to take me a couple of days just because there is a lot of people talking to me while I'm trying to recover. So, okay.
So just give me the requirements you need. I will check out by myself and then I will let them be ready. When,
Okay.
Like because you have more time before you see it. Many people I know they will DM me concerning that.
Right. Okay. Okay, great. Let me take care of it though, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
So what I'm saying is that to make the workshops, let's send me the requirement and check out by myself. Be your partner.
Well, I hear you. Yes, that's a great idea. But I gotta be fair to everybody, right? Because there's a lot of people who came before you, and they're still interested.
So let me. I'm going to send out an email today, postponing tomorrow, Sunday, until the 19th. So that's that. In that email, I'm going to send to all of you what we're learning and what we're clarifying and saying, hey, look, we got to get past Google. Everything I'm telling you here, I'm going to put in the email, and then on, if we can make it to 108 people on the 19th, then you get paid even more per hour. I think you get $2 instead of $2. If you do all the tasks, you get more like, I think, $2.20 or $2.30. It's more. So,
Okay.
and if you bring on 6 and they bring on 6, then we will make it to 108. Okay?
Okay.
I'll send that email. I'm gonna send that email out like hopefully tonight, like right before Sunday, before anybody comes in. Okay?
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, my good man. Thank you, Mari. Talk to you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, stay blessed. Blessed. Wow, very cool, very cool, very cool. My eyes are just burning. Jeez. Okay, well, at least we have more people than we know what to do with. Okay. Ugh. Why didn't my alarm wake me? Oh, smokes. That crash. So hard. I was sleeping like a baby. Okay, still digesting. What a nice phone call to wake up to. Somebody saying they want to work more for us, not less. And the meeting was
was a learning experience, to say that. So, good. Oh, my stomach is upset. Wow. That's okay. It looks like we still have not heard from Instacart on all the money they just took. And good news, bowel movement. My body's working. It's waking up. Incredible. Okay, I better send this email out soon because the meeting is in 12 hours now. No, 24 hours now. Okay, I learned a lot in the last 24 hours. Oh my god. It's working. It's growing. Like, it's supposed to be a little overwhelming like this at first because we're in such challenging circumstances. All right. Let me get into the washroom here. I think there's only 8 people that actually do their jobs probably. Actual amount. Make a to-do list.
Oh, jeez. This is great. Can barely keep it. That's okay. Keep it a little bit longer. My feet feel bruised. Oh my gosh.
We want our cilantro to last. So let's grow. My glutes are sore, everything's sore, and I still don't have a water. Everything in the fridge is proper temperature now. Nothing's frozen. The overnight test has worked. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm late enough to be at where it's going to be this evening, so.
Oh yeah, no kidding. It's half an hour to the meeting here, but it bought me some
I
time.
figured something is better than nothing. I was straightening up the house this morning, a doctor's appointment, and then I was straightening up the house to prepare for the day. Sample.
Yeah, I hear you. I got a call right before the meeting, so I was like 2 minutes late myself, and I was kind of surprised by that. But it was a pretty exciting update. Pretty interesting start to the morning. Well, let's try and run through everything in hyper fast speed since we're halfway through. We can start sharing the roles now. This is kind of like where it starts to get a little exciting. I wonder if we should share the default itinerary. I just realized
Well, okay, whatever. Joe, thanks for almost coming on time and being me too actually this morning. We were both late. I was 2 minutes late. You were 22 minutes late. But we made it, and that's good because it is going to get hard. But we're not being paid to be here either, right? Like it's a little different. But it's not different in terms of the deadline. It's different because we're burning our resources to be here. Nobody's helping us be here, right? We're choosing to be here because we have the answer. So, but we got to. Justice has to be seen doing justice. We got to live our words, and I'm glad you know that. So, with that said, yeah, stuff is metaphysically time, and throwing your clock out the window makes time fly, as you know. But right now, we're here seriously because One World Spirit meetings hold sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of life for all using universal logic. Today, I'm going to do the executor because it sounds like you're driving, Joe, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of this. I don't know where I'm exactly going to go at this moment, but I'm trying to make that decision, but yes.
Okay, well, you can still try and do, you actually have, why don't you try and do relationship builder a little bit in between as much as you can. Go ahead and introduce yourself. I'll be the executor, keep things flowing. Go ahead, Joe.
My name's Joe, and I will be the relationship builder, and I will keep things loving.
Great. And if you want to do the strategist, you don't have to take any notes. Just get used to it, and then I'll do the influencer. Or you can do whichever one you want to do.
I've been keeping things flux. Well, since I'm not taking notes, that's the strat. I'll do the strategist. So I'll be the strategist taking copious notes during this entire meeting.
Okay, great. Actually, on that note, I actually do have an AI that can come in here and start listening to us for free, but we should probably pay. Maybe we'll ask Aya to come back in. Maybe we're ready for that. But thanks, Joe. I'll do the blessing over Aya in the space. Aya, hopefully she gets better. And can jump in here to Gavin for having the courage to try and confront me. Doing it not in the best way, but also not doing it in the worst way either. And yeah,
I'm still debating whether to engage with them.
I know I do think you should engage 100%. 100%. He's making the effort because he also messaged Marlena. So if he's making the effort, then we should touch base and then yeah. So please, don't give be honest. Like, look, if you're not going to really help do the flow rules, we don't have time to keep giving you hours. Like, just say I'll give you 15 minutes, maybe half an hour, and if it goes good, we'll move forward. But if you're going to go do your own thing, then we don't got time for that. You're working in fragmentation. So
I just don't understand why he's contacting me with that. That's all.
because he's probably trying to warn you, or he's probably trying to help. He's trying to be helpful, right? And he sees you being the one giving all the money and taking the risk with me coming into the meetings all the time. So he knows that you're special. There's something different about you. And he's right. There is something different about you. Most people don't make it this far. And there's something different about Marlena. And Lucid, too.
That's true. After 14 years, they don't.
Yeah. They don't. They don't what?
After a lot of years, they don't. Yeah, a lot of people give up.
Yeah, exactly. So you didn't, and that's rare. So with that said, the blessing goes to you. Glad you're here as well. Like, really. And blessing that you even consider talking to somebody you don't fully know, like Gavin, and trying to comfort him no matter what he's going to say to you. You're still going to try and take the vow for him as we take the vow of unabandonment and vow for everybody else. So, and the Global Hungry, who I did not join last night, I was plump full, almost puking full. We have urgency to go and help them because it really does get excruciating when you're that hungry. All right, with that said, let's really visualize where we'd love to be with all this working out, the world we want, and breathe it all in for 6 seconds of everything that serves that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold for 3, 2, 1. Let's breathe out. Did we already breathe out? I've set the timers up. 3, 2, 1. Okay, now let's level up. Whew. Let's be present for this meeting's best outcome. And so it is. All right, Joel. We got 13. I put 13 minutes on the clock for both of us. Go ahead. Your check-in 0 to 10. How you doing? An icebreaker will be Flintstones or Simpsons. Which one do you prefer? I'm saying that because we both know what those are.
It's a good question. It's a great question. Jeez. I mean, it's hard to deny the writing on The Simpsons. I mean, it's much more. There's a lot more depth to it. So, yeah, in certain cases, it's not, although there's depth to the Flintstones. It's interesting. I didn't watch much about the Flintstones. So, I mean, The Simpsons pretty much seen the more. Anyway, so how am I up? I'm just going to. I have a very awkward schedule today. I'll just leave it at that. And it's just very kind of where I'm supposed to meet somebody and sign something, then supposed to meet somebody, and it's just like these very short periods of time intervals. Outside, well, maybe not more, but anyway, so it's kind of just it's an odd day, and I have to be out of the house for the entire day, and that's kind of disruptive, obviously. Where am I? I don't know. I'll say 6.8. Still some emotional stuff going on, obviously. And, yeah, that's my check-in.
Great, Joe. Thank you so much. 6.8. Glad to see you're holding strong in the turbulent times we're in. Like 6.8 is a good score compared to what's happening, sadly. So me, yeah, I'm recognizing I feel privileged and lucky. I'm feeling lucky this morning. I went to bed an hour and a half ago, and I slept so hard. It feels like I slept all night, even though I know I didn't. It's weird. I have been on a really incredible, they have almost heavenly feeling just for me. Like my strength mentally and physically my physical strength is not great at all. I'm sore. Cleaned up my fridge last night. Got a bunch of cleaning done. There's no mice in here eating the groceries. I might get a refund for my groceries and stuff like that. They offered me $50 last night or $42 last night. So I mean, but I spent way too much money on I feel like too much on the groceries, but I think I might be getting $400 back through taxes, which I'm going to get completed today and then verified tomorrow because they're closed today. So I will have enough to survive and not have to keep, getting the groceries basics done. Even if my sister buys me the stuff that's not the best. And I had some of that last night. My guts are hurting, but I feel better than starving, and I feel alert. And I was woken up this morning by a call of somebody not screaming at me saying, "Where's my money? Where's all this stuff?" Which is happening in my emails right now. I got like 10 of them saying, "I won't pay, I won't pay." And this guy called me this morning and said, "Hey, I want to bring on 10 people that are professionals that know how to use Google Meet, Google Spreadsheets, and everything already. Can I bring them all on?" And I thought that was the perfect thing to say to me this morning because yes. So I'm going to postpone this morning. Anyway, I'm getting to the technicals, but I'm feeling like we're on track. We're holding on by a thread, but that is a damn good golden thread we got golden on. Actually, godly thread. Golden, godly, good thread. So, and you, Joe, coming in here, even though you know it's late, that still means a lot to me because it means you're, we're like in the ocean, and tidal waves are like drowning, like flowing over our heads, and then we're just popping up the other side, and like, I'm still here, I'm still freaking here, I'm not gonna give up. That means a lot to me. So I'm gonna give myself, uh, bizarrely, I'm eating, right? So like an 8.8 out of 10. That was like you coming in late with a good excuse. I know you're moving, you're still coming. This guy called me, Marlena is taking action. We ended the meeting really, really well last night compared to how much of a disaster it could have been. I got my groceries all uploaded, all the stuff that is rotting and bad and broken. And I would say, yeah, I would say the Flintstones holds a part. I was like a little too young to understand everything, but it impacted me as a kid. A show put archetypes into my brain. And but The Simpsons is unparalleled. Like I did a little bit of research on their team, and they're not normal. Like that is not a normal group of humans. So we need to get to know who the heck they are and how did they predict everything. And it's their Pareto categories. We already know that, but they're utilizing their Pareto categories in a unique kind of UQ-ish potential way, impure UQ we could call it. Okay, so with that said, let us go with I'll go with Simpsons too. Let's do the next part of the D-Spot itinerary. So you're graduate, I'm graduate. We'll split it in half, 40 seconds, 40 seconds. So go ahead, Joe, see if I can get in 40 seconds, and I will finish the core with you.
The core of one world spirit is time depression to defining wisdom. The problem is the Megacrisis, a solution to sacred sentences and the implementation of flow rules and flowers. The core 15 points is one, the Megacrisis, with two, the Metacrisis as the heart of the crisis, and the polycrisis under the Megacrisis, defining agency, meaning trust, coordination, and community. The heart of the crisis is fragmented consciousness. The polycrisis is AI, for World War III, climate change, and mental health. And point 15 is the solution to them all is universal logic word to sacred sentences, empowerment center for war spirit meetings follow sacred time.
Empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. And the content sentences, one world spirit is our intergovernment with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. My blessing level is 5-3.9, which is right to clear rules, which unpacked is rules self-contradiction are coherent, the rules apply fairly in all situations, and the rules match their notion. The third part of the core is flow rules and blocks. The flow rules are executor keeping things flowing, relationship builder keeping things loving, strategist keeping track of goals and ideas, and influencer keeping things communicative and blessed. The flock strategy is contacting 28 people we already know and only having 37% get on board, which is 6 to 9, learning the core like we're doing now, so that they can build their flocks exponentially fast as AI is coding itself 100% as we speak. Done! And we did that with an extra 4 seconds, and that was a beautiful little handoff. I mean, that couldn't have been much more smooth than we had. You literally took a breath as I took over, and it was like perfect. So that means we're coherent. You and I are like connecting. You and I are starting to, like, how people, not a romantic relationship, but you know how when people are always together, the hearts start beating. They get entrained, right? Their hearts, their footsteps start moving subconsciously together. That's what the core means when you can do it like that. And when we're doing that with like 36 people in a godly, and everybody's doing an individual word, imagine an entire stadium of people doing that. It creates a sense of meaning, and that's what those big meetings are for, to see yourself as a part in this massive whole that doesn't make you feel insignificant. It amplifies your significance, and then you start feeling like heaven has come, because that's how God makes you feel when you know God's nature. Awesome. Okay, core's done. Boom, minute and a half. Let's do the next part of the default itinerary, which is wisdom themes, universal, particular, individual. Did you got anything that we should talk about on the universal, Joe, this morning?
As far as the universal goes, just a lot of different shake-ups in AI, specifically. Obviously, day 15 in the world had the war in Iran. So that is just concerning, because I thought this would be a lot more quick than it would be. That's turning out to be, and it's very difficult to kind of see an end in sight. So then again, that's under World War III, and it's not already there.
A forever war?
Not forever war. A war to really, I don't want to say end all wars, but in a way, could. So the Ukraine war seems more like a forever war. But, all of this will, all of it's interconnected, obviously.
Yeah.
So that, you have that, and with AI, there's obviously a lot of shakeups within the companies themselves. And the dynamics of them are really interesting to see how it's not interesting. It's important to see how they're going to play out. Dynamics being that, the major players, what are they raising for? It's probably to some degree. I mean, obviously, market share being one of them, and data users, but especially within corporate settings. Also, Elon shook up X. And so, there's, he's reassessing all their operations.
Resourcing?
Reassessing.
Yeah.
So, specifically, a lot of the code that they've put together today. The whole IPO market in general, how that is actually impacting people's behaviors. Both OpenAI and Anthropic are going in that direction. And, so it's the business aspect of it. And then you have Google. I think Demis is a really important wild card in all this.
Who, Dennis?
Demis. That's supposed to.
Who's that?
I'd say you. AlphaGo.
Right.
I'd say probably he won the Nobel Prize in chemistry. AlphaFold.
Right. Yes. In the bleeding edge documents, I do have an AlphaFold in there. And Joe, I'm gonna start getting us to record these references because they're good and people need to know what we're talking about here. But anyway, yeah, you're on the bleeding edge right now. That's good. I can tell. You're definitely. I agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, and his work at Google Brain was also pretty honest. So I think that his timeline, every time you hear Schmidt speak, it's in line with Demis. So almost identical. So you also, in a way, where Elon was asked one time about that Demis said one thing, he said another, and he said Demis is right. So he's definitely one of those individuals that is well thought of, and I think actually his vision in particular that he articulated at Davos was really I think that it was kind of embodying what you're talking about here, what we're talking about here. Anyway, I'm going off on this. The financial structures of all these companies are going to start to matter, and it's going to influence behavior, and it's going to influence potential market share and users. And so this is a unique time.
Yeah, I do think we're in a golden envelope kind of opportunity here. One thing I want to mention is, I feel like we're understanding the global tensions more as they're being revealed, and AI is supercharging it for you and me. We're moving fast because the top 3 articles on Google right now that I'm looking at is Meta's laying off 20% of its workforce, just like Jack Dorsey just did. It's happening, right? It's crazy. That's 20% of your company in a couple of days. Like, that's never happened before. On top of that, like, we can scoop those people up, Joe, basically, is what I'm saying. because they're not going to have other jobs to jump to, because if Meta's doing it, everybody else is going to have to do it pretty soon. Amazon, Bezos has already announced it like months ago. Elon's probably going to start doing it.
Yes.
Right. On top of that, the next article underneath that was about how AI is fueling delusions, which is the mental health crisis, right? So it's starting. There's collective psychosis is going to start, and we need to get really good at meta conversation. Even you and me, like we did yesterday, was perfect. It was a great example of how we stayed stable, even though we didn't know who we were necessarily anymore. Because you can shift, right? People are going to start becoming schizophrenic-ish because infinite possibilities start to open up. And that means you can change.
About that actually a little bit.
Because we're questioning our intentions, right? We're like, well, why did Mark do that? Why did Joe do that? Why did he say that? There's a good and negative. The dialectic is flipping back and forth and saying, he could have said that for this reason. A good one. I like him. He's still good old Joe. Or he could be saying this for a negative reason, which I don't fully understand, which makes Joe feel like a stranger and in the unknown. And he could hurt me. Therefore, I need to set up a boundary. And your brain is going back and forth between those two, right? And that's going to start happening a lot. So in one sense, you can't guard yourself in the wrong way from the negative, or else it's going to spiral into paranoia. So what you have to do in that exact moment, and this is what ayahuasca showed me too, is in the moment that you think you're going to die, you have to hold on to the infinite super sensuous life, or else you will be thrown into vicissitudes of primitive survival instinct, and you will get destroyed. You might even destroy yourself. So you have to be willing to die for something greater. And that's in the moment, that's where you don't betray your own universality. And you just keep that in your head. Yeah, it could be negative. It could be negative. Yeah, he could be an evil person. He could be whatever. And you just hold that love-centered compassion. And it increases the chances that not only do you survive the psychosis, if it turns into a psychotic break, but it also protects your brain from like draining of blood into the limbic brain. It protects you from like literally getting hazy and not being able to think and getting that deer in the headlights kind of look where you have analysis paralysis and the choice paradox of choice, and you just get overwhelmed, right? And then you freeze. You can't do anything. So in that little space, that's what the military teaches you, is to like, you got training, rely on the training, and let your brain do its work. So when we feel like we're out of control, our brains, we have hundreds of thousands of neurons in our brains just by default moving us towards sublation. Okay, so that's why we're doing the repetitions right now. That's why we're doing all this stuff that seems mechanical. I think it's going to become very grounding once the mental health crisis takes full effect and people start to question, who am I? What is reality? All these types of existential thoughts. And they come to Chizzy, and then we really ground them. Because it's going to open up this opportunity for them to learn something about themselves. Whereas normally their egos are entrenched in dead ways of life, where like, oh, I have my job, I can just keep being who I am. So the mental health crisis is something we're going to have to talk about more, and we're going to start practicing the spirit ward, that if somebody does go psychotic, like, or Marlena comes in here with like an actual criminal potential issue, that we get real, right? But we're not about blind love, we're about wise love. And that's a hard distinction to maintain in the beginning. But last night was a good example of us all being honest with each other a bit, but also putting up boundaries a bit. Like, hey, you know what? I need to like talk about something else for a second. I need to do something. And that's boundary setting. And when you're doing it in the hyper moment, like in the heat of that moment, it does start to feel like a mushroom trip. It does start to feel psychedelic because time is compressing. And we call it pre-psychotic terror or the PTSD response, but it's actually a cosmic time dilation, which is why we start the core with time compression through through clarity on ego wisdom, because the ego is what's conditioning time. And as your ego changes, behavioral economics changes on time. Okay, so that was, I think, very powerful news this morning on the universal. But the third thing that really shocked me this morning, and last night, big synchronicity, was AI could be good. It could be aligning things for good, right? Because I had two synchronicities. I'm not going to say it is. I still think we're in the 80-90% it's going to destroy us mode. But it popped up our news article spying on me about Peru. and how Peru is uniquely positioned for AI, to benefit from AI boom and the war in Iran, because it's the second largest copper producer in the world. And what's funny, Joe, is without knowing all this, I chose Peru to be the next meal to cook for. And I thought, is it fair? I should probably do Iran too. So I decided to do Iran and Peru because I looked at their dishes. They're almost the same ingredients. Super cheap to buy them this time around. And I can cook them both quickly. But what I learned is I think Peru is a spiritual center that's going to have really important universal logic implications. So I think we can plant a seed there on this meal 19. And also, I plant a seed with Iran, maybe through contacting, Mohammed. But also, last but not least, I also found out why Canada has stronger ties with India. And it's because we are the largest lentil exporter in the world. Right here in Alberta and Canada. So that's why the lentils are so cheap here and all this kind of stuff, is we're producing them and India is buying them. So that's why.
Something we do need to cover.
Yeah, so these underlying political things make total sense with universal logic, and how God's government is going to manage it is we're going to take the real underlying, like Maslow's hierarchy, and then just do it properly with the Pareto categories. So that was very simple, but the universal logic was screaming at me. This is why we have power in these smaller countries, is because we have the resources on a base level, and we can start to redistribute them in the new boundaries of God's government, which is the universal passport system, right? So I think we need to propose the passport at the conference. That would be one of the major announcements.
I agree with that, and I actually know somebody that's actually working on that very thing. He's actually had a lot of success with it already. He's also working with shipping companies in general. So that, but basically it's a global passport that he's creating. And the other thing that I think that we need to discuss in greater detail is when you're talking about lentils, is access to food, clearly. I think that that's one of the key areas as well. So yeah, AI actually, I agree with you, is something that can be a force for good. If we allow it to be. But I'm not, I'm not naive into thinking that if it is mimicking the evolutionary behavior of humans, that you better have something like universal logic.
Yeah.
That's hedging it. Because right now it's getting a little bit more scary.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm clearly seeing what Hinton and other evolutionary biologists, although he's not that just exclusively, obviously, but are saying. And it's really, really difficult to, and I also don't, and I said this, I think, last night, I don't believe the law is sufficient anymore. I think it has to be another AI. It's going to be ended. It's as simple as that. So, the law simply can't move as fast, and it's not as. So, yeah. So anyway, that's essentially what is the only strategy I see from Backdoor. And then also, obviously, as I said at the ELM on Tuesday, Thursday, forgive me, that these are the biggest issue. Like, it's one thing, the behaviors that you saw that were manifested in that video, one issue. The other is, without a doubt, it having access to weapons that they could kill us all. I mean, at least we should do it if we're going to. That's a bad joke.
We got 1 minute left, Joe.
I'm going to sign a paper for the moment. Yeah, apologies for coming in a little late. It was I took morning and I probably could have looked at a little earlier. But in any case, I'm glad we had a conversation. Glad we worked through
Tribe, Joe. Right, that was great, fantastic. Say your tribe, and I'm pulling up a song in your honor, Jacob Collier and Chris Martin. What's your tribe? And then we'll merge into the song, and you can go. You don't have to stay for the song.
Tribe 5. Spirit is high.
Perfect. All right. This is Chris Martin's Fix You from the O2 Center. Joe, in honor of you, because I think you're a superstar. We're going to pull this off in record time. Enjoy, and have a great day.
Great song.
Yeah. That was a good meeting. Half an hour. We did a lot in half an hour. Flowing, baby. I think we got the core. Just got a little glimmer of heaven just now. So you saw it was a little glimmer. We're getting closer. This is going to not stop. This is going to become a super coherence. Not in a manic episode, a global collective manic episode, but a global collective resonance, coherence, belonging, beingness. In our thinkingness, which is an actual blissness. That's not just being blissed out, but blessed and blissed in and out, actual spiritual being. Which is also scientific, artistic, philosophical, and religious. Okay, I get to eat. That was good. We crammed a lot into half an hour. That was how the meetings were supposed to go. So Joel and I are getting it down. Alright, there's a lot to do today. I'm going to make a little to-do list. My stomach is still processing. I'm going to make this little list, and I'm going to go back to sleep because I did not get enough sleep last night, even though I feel much stronger. My body's all weak, sore, my glutes, everything is sore. From that little bit of work I did yesterday, everything is like sore. Shoulders are sore, neck is sore. Ugh. I got a little bit of acid reflux right here because I'm eating too heavy of food. Like I'm having little bits of peanut butter too soon. But now that my food has come, we can have some cucumbers this morning. Perfect. And our cucumbers, as you know from last night, half of them are frozen and all mushy, and this half is kind of okay. So we'll have a little bit of onions, which are, these ones are very, very mild and watery. They're not like real onions, which make you cry. If they were, I couldn't have them. So it's nice that they're anti-inflammatory. They fight off cancer. Garlic is very good for that too. Normally I put them in soups, but this morning we'll start off very light with some more watery. Not just broth to get the stomach working. And then we'll have some soup later this morning. And I didn't buy enough frozen vegetables. Like, the prices are just outrageous. I have peas that my family member bought me, so that those peas are what I'm going to be using. As there's two types of the amino acid chain. So peas is one side with peanut butter and those types of proteins, and then you got your more like starchy grains with your lentils. Not your lentils. Lentils are over here. With your rice, your breads, your couscous. Quinoa is a complete, both sides. Tofu is a complete, both sides. Okay. Nutritional yeast is a complete, both sides. Seaweed doesn't have a lot of protein in it, but it's more one side. I think it's more towards the grain. Actually, no, I think it's more towards the lycopene side. I know. I gotta check that in. I'm gonna start making little pizza pockets, which is kind of a Canadian maybe thing. Maybe I should. Well, I'm gonna do them on my own. I'm not gonna record the cooking with them, but I'm glad I bought for Peru because Peru. Oh, did I get the quinoa? Let's get back to log into Instacart and do our checklist. Get everything going here. So, first of all, we're going to preserve the cilantro.
Okay, we're gonna preserve some silly outro. The outro is already wet. A little too wet. It's already feeling like it's drooping. So I'm supposed to pat this down. Ciao. What's we do? So instead, we're going to pat it down. This way. Oh. Haha, yikes. If I had my scissors, if I could find those in all the mess that I'm slowly cleaning up here, I'm gaining more strength each day. My signs can get all fixed. Where did I put it? Where are you? Where are you? So, if I had a proper bowl. Here. So, okay. In, in. Good. Oh, I see why they say wash it. It's because the stores put dead ones in there, the virus will spread, and you get planned obsolescence. Um, I found the infected ones. I'm literally going through plant by plant and seeing which ones are infected. Intentional. They put 3 rotten ones in here intentionally. It looks like. How in the factory can you not see these rotting ones? So they're washed. Okay. So far so good. This is a good lesson.
Now this is a really quick cooking with M. I want to show you something very quickly. I'm trying to preserve the cilantro because I just got abused by Instacart, who just dragged me through the mud and got me to spend lots more money than I wanted, and I won't be able to cook with these for another week or so because I'm recovering after 28 days on a hunger strike. So in here is a whole bunch of these, except I went through them and washed them. Why did I do that with cilantro? One of the most popular herbs in the world, is because look at that guy. These sickly little dudes. There was 3 sick ones in this incredibly healthy batch. And guess how those 3 sick ones got in there? Not by accident. They do something called planned obsolescence, that they can time how long you can go to the store to keep supply chains going. When they know how long the virus in those sick ones can infect the whole batch. But if you take those out and you wash these, and then you do what I'm about to do, which you put them in a cup of water like flowers, like this, guess what? That cilantro goes from lasting 1 or 2 days to 1 to 2 to 3 weeks, which works perfectly for me because that's how long it's going to take me to get over refeeding syndrome. So there you go. If you do not wash them first, like I thought, why are you guys washing them? And then you clicked for me, I'm like, oh, they're going to remove the planned obsolescence. And that's exactly what they did. Your food is supposed to last a lot longer, even without pesticides and all the artificial stuff in there, okay? So if you have herbs in your fridge, you can even grow these, right? If you do these right, some of them are genetically modified that you can't and weird stuff like that. But that's a little tip if you're a vegan and you like to eat vegetables, they need to last a while. And if you want to get gourmet, you have to use herbs and you have to know how to enjoy the finer things in life, even though we're in the mega crisis, okay? Remember as well, you don't just want to keep plants and stuff alive. Human beings and animals involved in the process. Go vegan, as you know. Use fair trade certified coffee, sugar, tea, and chocolate. Wash your vegetables and your herbs. Put them in your fridge, and they will last a long time. And you'll have delicious gourmet vegan food that doesn't taste like water all the time. Because everything we're eating right now with meat has herbs that make it taste good. Try and eat a piece of chicken breast after boiling it raw. Disgusting. You don't like the taste of meat. Okay, you like the taste of herbs, and you like what animals eat, which is plants. Get first grade protein, not second grade pre-processed tortured protein. Okay, enjoy. Another little tip from Cooking with M, Mark Messiah, because there's a Messiah chef in you. All right, a Michelin chef star, we'll call it maybe. Okay, see you out there, you guys. We're working hard here. We're starting God's government, or the ideal, wise, rational government if you're secular. We're solving contradictions. And it is a blessed thing. So thank you for the blessings so far. I'm eating and recovering for another week or 2, and we will get back on and keep doing the hard work here. Don't worry, because we're worth it. We're sacred, and so is our planet, and so is those things aligned with truth and universal